Tiempo That seems to me can't get enough. Come leave it up. Sabes que pasa when I turn it up. Come give it to me rough. I'm falling in love. You're super god, boy, just turn it up. Can't get enough. Colgado tiempo
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity.
Predicting trajectory.
Wunderbar.
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
But, women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Operation League Season 4 presented by Ubisoft. My name is the Russian Cthulhu. Joining me for the first matchup is going to be Ian Lanceton. How you doing, my man?
Hey, how you going, Cthulhu? We're doing great over here. Excited to see how this league is going to be unfolding as we are moving into our first week, of course, for this. But in saying that, how are you? And it's been a while since we've casted Siege together.
Indeed, yeah, it's been a while. Look, feeling quite excited, quite refreshed. We've obviously all wrapped up with the qualifiers for the Operation League, and to recap everything as well, the winners of the Operation League will be moving themselves into the SEA Champions, or Championship, pardon me. That will be also moving over to play against some of the higher end teams. But look, we have our 8 teams that so far managed to make it into the 2 split groups of 4. We have today that we will be covering Group A, that is going to be Bano, Desolate, Invictus, and Renatus or RTS. And honestly, look, all of those teams so far shown us some interesting results.
Yeah, these teams are, of course, very well known within this region. We all know who they are, and some of them have different rosters and some different players on them. And there's a little bit of a shift, of course, but on the others. But yeah, I'm excited to see how they are going to be working together and how they're going to compete one another. Of course, we've got our favorites, but in saying that, we should be seeing some pretty interesting matches here tonight and across the next few weeks.
Absolutely. Look, yeah, with Invictus kind of coming into this, being kind of one of the big names within the competition in general, it is looking to be an interesting matchup. As a matter of fact, let's have a look at our map vetoes, because our first game is going to be Desolate versus IG. And look, straight off the bat, we do have the picks of Bank as our first map by IG, followed up by Clubhouse, and our decider is going to be Oregon, should we need it. Now, Ian, obviously, we've seen IG perform on the global scale. They've just recently qualified for the Sweden major. Desolate, they are a team coming out of the Philippines qualifier, came in first, showed us some absolutely stunning performance, but do you reckon they're going to be playing that dark horse role, or do you reckon it is going to be battle of the David and Goliath?
It might be a David and Goliath situation. We do know, of course, they are at the top of that leaderboard over in the Philippines, and they have some pretty well-respected players on that team. They've had some really good moments as well within the league and within their region. In saying that, I don't think they're going to be completely flopping over, but of course they do have their work cut out for them. There's definitely something that's cooking, and we can only hope for the best for them. But we're going to go into the bans, and we really do see that a Thatcher and a Nook has been taken off the board immediately.
Yeah, now this is actually quite curious to me, purely for the fact that IG banning out Nook definitely have put in quite a fair bit of study as well, given the fact that Desolate, funnily enough, during the Philippines qualifier, have actually brought out Nook quite a fair few times for their attack. They've shown some, well, probably a place to say at the very least. On top of that, and Cade as well to be banned out, given the fact that it is banned. Cade could be able to hide quite a fair few of the, in quite a fair few of the positions. The Electric Claw. Now, Valk being the last one, look, relatively understandable. She is extremely powerful. Similar on maps like Clubhouse, like Oregon, she could provide a ton of information. And obviously, Thatcher, look, at this point, the SAS operator on the regular getting bullied.
Yeah, there's not going to be any leeway for him. He's just too easy of a ban, and he's just too useful. Despite his changes of like, a couple of seasons ago, maybe a year ago now, he's just not that great. But in saying that, we do, of course, know that a lot of operators have had some positive changes so far. Castle, of course, is one of those operators that has a little bit of positive change. Now has 4 barricades to put up instead of 3, and that's going to enable him to do a little bit more. Mozzie is an interesting pick, considering that his that the P10 has been changed around. So whether or not he's going to go with the Commando, we'll have to see, of course.
Absolutely. Look, with D8 starting things off.
Saying that his friend's not even showing up, I can't tell.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Oh,
Look,
boy.
with V8 starting things off on defense, though, we might be seeing some interesting setups already, given the fact that, well, the introduction of Chanko and Saharai Mac is going to be brought on board. Riles to be lurking around the Archives area, and Tellus could provide quite some nice coverage, especially for, if Invictus will decide to go in for the push through the sewers and then server room. And apart from that, it feels like D8, if they'll invest far too much utility into the server's room, they may be flanked quite quickly via the garage and, well, the main stairs as well.
Yeah, mind you that the hatch over in the lobby is also now an option as well, as it drops directly into the vault and does provide them that immediate that backside cover. So if they open that up and they enable that entry, it is an easier time for them. We're going to see that Lunar is already making sparing no moment in getting into the CEO's office, and he's just going to open up all that flooring. Ruby already takes a little bit of damage, and Malusi already putting down a lot of utility isn't going to be too much of a loss. But in saying that, they have immediate control of that lobby, and like I said, they're going for that hatch. That is a prime target.
Yeah, already quite a quick take of the top floor. Joe already holding the position over at the square by the east stairs. Luna might just be able to find his first engagement here, but instead does take up a little bit of damage to the hands of Ruby Rose. So for the time being, IG are actually doing a solid job just trying to deconstruct as much as possible that safe room that D8 have, and so far it's looking pretty solid, unless we shall be seeing some sort of a C4 come about, but it's Luna to open up a very unusual play, but C4 straight away followed up.
Yeah, you know what, you called it there. That C4 to follow up and that kill over an open area was pretty good. But in saying that, is it going to be enough for them? Jordan's doing work for that team, but now Desolate are down to 2 of their last members. The King himself, the Emperor, Tachanka, and we've got, of course, Castle. Now, Castle's not going to be able to do too much all alone, as he is the last standing member left. Tachanka already gets taken down, eliminated, cleaned up by Speakeasy, and as they try to storm on site, we do see Hysterics clean up that last kill of the Pie guy, and honestly, that wasn't much of a hard round for Invictus Gaming. They systematically deconstructed the defense, like you mentioned, and as they made it onto site, there was little to no real resistance or anything that made them want to not push in too hard.
Well, yeah, in saying that, it definitely looked like, well, there's still that international experience kicking in for IG, plus the fact that D8 just didn't really play as much of that expanded kind of setup and close by to the side. They pretty much isolated Borderline themselves, really, on some of those gunfights, and that opening frag onto Ruby Rose by Lunar pretty much kicked off that whole snowball effect, really, for Desolate. On top of that as well, it still feels like D8 are trying to kind of gauge how aggressive can Invictus be, and, well, in saying that, Invictus pretty much brought all the aggression that was needed. Speakeasy finding his own play, and, well, the whole team was pretty much able to go for a team ace in that regard. So overall, look, gotta say, solid start for IG. Desolate definitely need to make sure that they nail their positionings, play a little bit more passively here, because it feels like some overswinging on the defensive side may end up biting back at them.
5 seconds to go.
Yeah, they might have to be a little bit smarter with their positioning as well. Ruby Rose getting caught out just a little bit too easily was definitely the start of everything crumbling. More, I suppose, I'm hoping that they really pick into how Invictus are doing this, and then they finally read on how they could actually make the best defense possible. In saying that, we are now seeing that the drones are out and they're actually making their way in. Invictus are not, they're not overstepping, and they're not forgetting their bare basics of doing their drone work. Of course, they can't afford to just lose this too freely or too easily. And as they start to chip away at a couple of things, we do, of course, know that the Finger Boost is coming in quite handy as usual. A little bit of damage, of course, being bolstered there in a lot of spaces.
Yeah. Speakeasy, the moment already took position over at the main stairs to try to be able to cut off some of the rotations. Some presence being around the, well, Teller's office will be perfectly fine. Ruby Rose picking up a frag onto Jordan, and right now it's up to Hysterics to try to find the Lucy player. Overall, good initial stall. Now they need to make sure that they're keeping themselves safe, because that was a very courageous decision to just run past Speakeasy with a machine gun. But at the moment, if the quick rotation could be done, this could be huge. With Speakeasy down, though, it looks like D8 might just take the incentive into their hands.
Yeah, D8 pushing in quite like that is, okay, Hysterics actually picks up a kill onto Pie Guy, yet again another kill going down for him, and as we see that a lot of members are actually rotating down, they're already in that vault area. Joe, and along with Lunar, are now pushing in, and they are trying to secure that archive. Pushing down the stairs as well, we do see Cleverly also take a lot of damage, but it is 3-4 right now. Saharai doesn't really count as too much of an operator at this point, but if he lives, he doesn't take damage. He doesn't take damage. And saying that, Cleverly takes a little bit too much. Just go down. Joe, let's pick that up. And as he does to chip away at some of the ironwork as well, he will be dueling it out with pistol. It won't be enough. He will be taken down and be leaving Hysterics down to himself all alone. Maybe he can make this happen. 2-1 right now. Playing with both vertical and horizontal angles. He now has to pull back. Does see the head. Connects with the shot. Ruby Rose gets taken down for a triple kill, going down to Hysterics himself. As Reels now holds down on the blue stairs all alone. In a bit of a staring contest now. They know where they are. He knows where he is. Well, will he push that angle? He knows that those angles are in his favor, and he picks up that kill as well. Hysterics actually leaving with a 4K on that round to bring Invictus 2-0.
Absolutely. Phenomenal play by Hysterics, clutching it out, showing that D8, well, won't really be an issue for him at the very least, but Invictus, yeah, look, a little bit of a sloppier round on their defense, on their second round of offense. But what am I even saying? Look, good, regardless, good result for them to keep up their momentum. And look, the CCTV room will be a third retry now for Desolate, as they are very persistent in wanting to ensure that this very site will be theirs. Partially, I would also imagine that, well, Bank is not particularly too yet practiced of a map, and so IG may or may not have taken them by surprise with that pick. So I'm not particularly expecting a whole lot from Desolate, at least on map 1. Once we do progress over into map 2 and 3, being Clubhouse and Oregon, I certainly think that Desolate will feel like a much more in a much more safer position. But bank at the moment is definitely a bit of a alien concept, it seems, for them, at least for now.
It is a little bit unorthodox. We do see now that they're still sticking to their guns. Nothing too much has changed. They're going back down into the basement, of course, and this time around maybe we might see some topside defense, eh? Because Lunar Meadow going through and pretty much assuming complete control of that topside without any contest really did end up it being to his greatest advantage. Leading to a pretty clean kill. So, a lot of rotation now, just moving onto site and as well as grappling onto the building to get in there. Not sure exactly if IG have to change up too many things, but we do see already Cleverly taking a little bit of damage quite early. And if I speak too soon, he gets taken out quite easily by Speakeasy. And that's your first kill of the board.
Absolutely. Speakeasy. Things off quite nicely for the team. We'll be able to ensure that the top floor control is all in the hands of Invictus. You have a look at all the silhouettes. The majority of the players are still around ground floor, and that is actually another very interesting concept. I do realize that, well, for the defense of downstairs, you do need some presence on the ground floor, but quite a heavy concentration of Desolate players around the Archives open area and the Teller's office. But quick setup of rotations are there, but the Lunar, pretty much majority of those rotations will be quite quickly negated, and Hysterics as well, applying pressure onto the Teller's office, could cause some even further chaos.
Oh no, he sees the back of him, picks up that easy kill onto Pie Guy, and unbeknownst to him, Hysterics now controls over the first floor. Now, will they actually rotate to stop that? Is a real question, but Reels already gives that one up, actually rotates down, tries to take over the server, and might even walk up blue stairs to maybe find a different angle on the stairs. Speakeasy controlling this office hallway, of course. Unsure of where the enemy might be, but waiting for any kind of rotation to catch them on. A couple of shots go out there, no one actually goes down. He's just paying attention, he's just making sure that he checks his T's and dots his I's.
Absolutely. Ruby Rose now holding his position 3v5 with 57 seconds to go. Breaches are about to start happening, and look, maybe Saharai Mac and Riles might have a lot on their deck, but with the breaches happening, there's still some chance to play for time, and D8 have that unique opportunity as IG are looking to funnel down the main staircase.
Reels already has the stealth on. Drones don't know exactly where he is, but they do know he is in the vicinity. Now, they still have a couple of drones left available to them. IG can still go and draw out a little bit more intel. A couple of pings do go out on some of these gadgets, and they might be able to make a move into the vault itself, but we do have one member on the outside waiting for them as they go through. Flashbangs go out, and they blind himself. Jordan unable to actually... Oh, actually, no, he will still be able to pick up that kill, and along with the rest of his team, a flawless round. Round 3 going to Invictus Gaming. Nearly a perfect assault.
Perfect execution. Yeah, look, definitely a solid communication. You could see the knowledge of each and every Invictus player certainly shining through there, with the communication flow being borderline perfect, especially against a team like Desolate. It didn't really look like it took a whole lot of well, effort to per se, purely for the fact that Desolate just kind of didn't really cover their flanks, didn't realize that there was already a drop down into the vault, and kind of from there on, all the losses pretty much compounded themselves. So we finally are now taking ourselves away from the CCTV and lockers onto the executive lounge and CEO office, which is one of those sites that does allow you to play kind of in a hunkered down position. Unfortunately for the castle, he didn't yet receive the buff that is on TTS, but regardless of that, still will be able to cut off quite a fair few of the sightlines, and I'm sure that D8 might have, at least in one way or another, a good understanding of what needs to be done for their setup, was as so far it's looking like we may be seeing quite an aggressive setup with quite a whole lot of peeking position from the CEO office to the skylight.
10 seconds to go.
A lot of control being set up here for both sides, both above and below.
Attackers
Now,
are heading out.
Wheel's
to
already
the
going to be
bomb.
setting up on the front counter here with the holograms, and we've seen that before. You know what? Sometimes it really works. Sometimes it really doesn't. In saying that, I love to see it, and some alibi plays really do surprise you at just because no matter how good you are, sometimes they like the 400 IQ or even like the lowest or the most simplest alibi plays actually catch you off guard. In saying that, doing their due diligence, they are going to be droning it out. And no window left unturned, Cthulhu. Look at this. No one can see anywhere inside that site at all.
I'm sure that the Hibana pellets will be able to open up quite a few of the walls, and quite some information as well already being acquired with full knowledge that there is some presence in the teller's office, as well as that Luna already applying some pressure from below. So a little bit of an unconventional play rather than trying to open up all of those barricades, instead vertical play with the buck certainly is a solid idea, but the fact that, well, Speakeasy wasn't able to pick up a frag is a huge misplay. Riles capitalizes off that.
Yep, Reels with a nice little 2K onto Lunar Metal and onto Speakeasy. Those are two of your two of the scariest and most veteran players on that roster as well. But this does mean that the captain is going to be able to sit back a little bit more and make some more informed decisions. Undeterred, but cleverly goes down. Joe picks up that kill himself. There we go. Hibana already doing a little bit more work. So, drones go out, does get captured, unfortunately now has to take that one back before it gets used against him, checking his corners and making sure he doesn't get caught on that rotation. Will be turning up to the top of the roof and might find a little bit of different angle, perhaps going over to the skylight there. Gas now stopping any rotation and any peeking through that window over there. This might mean that Pie Guy gets a bit of a better angle as he finds a opportunity to rotate. Playing around with the angles now. Two members outside that window with a bit of a late reaction, unable to connect to that shot itself. They do exactly see where he is from that grenade toss, and they pick up that kill as well. Jordan cleaning up a nice kill.
Don't know.
And ooh, yeah, they don't know Ruby's here at all. Ruby might be able to get one here. No, actually rotates off that, but Sahara actually clicks the kill onto Hysterics. That's interesting. Now 2 members left on Invictus game. Might just be enough as they leave Reels all alone. Triple kill going to Jordan. Now Reels got the double kill so far this round. Will he pick up another 2? Maybe leave with a quad kill to maybe bring in the first round for Desolate Gaming.
10 seconds
Rotate
to
now.
go.
Holding by nearby the soft wall there. And through the wall! Oh my gosh, Jordan!
Stinky, absolutely disgusting play, but look, Jordan, absolutely a cracking shot for IG, just keeps up that pressure. 4-0, look, so far, nothing that we didn't really expect. It certainly looks like D8 were not particularly prepared for the pick of the bank, and it certainly is quite unfortunate because Bank was actually picked as after only first 2 maps were banned out. So Invictus actually banned out Chalet, Desolate banned out Cafe, and maybe it just took them by surprise, really, the fact that Invictus just said to pick Bank. They've already managed to exercise this quite well, certainly coming in quite prepared. Invictus doing all the due diligence here. 4-0 is upon us, and honestly, no real changes with the fact that DA didn't really prompt to really ban out either Finca or even any of the hard breaches. Certainly have already shown its results, and well, results so far only positive for Invictus.
They don't have many opportunities left available to them to make this defense work. It is the best available option for them as well. As soon as they switch to attack, it's going to be, I would say, it's debatable whether or not it's going to be easier or harder. But it is definitely going to be short-lived. They'd have to make absolutely no mistakes. They'd have to make a perfect play on both sides there. Now, a couple of starts in the back there in the car park does mean that the alley access is going to be open for Jordan to rappel up and get on in. Joe as well will be rotating over and might just be able to meet up with his teammates on the roof, but we already do see Lunar Metal split from the rest of the team as we've seen him do every single round so far. And this time we see him down in the basement as he moves through server. We don't actually see too much of urgency coming from Lunar Metal. He's quite confident in his positioning and his ability to just be alone this entire time.
Absolutely. Some flank plays by Luna certainly have managed to open up a few possibilities. Obviously, this scoreline doesn't display as much as one would have wanted, but his position here could be absolutely crucial if he's able to nail a few shots or even find an opening into the janitor's closet. That would be absolutely devastating here. But apart from that, the rest of IG have already spread out. You see quite a few of the positions, namely some contentions by the windows as well. Speakeasy is still outside, I believe overlooking the main lobby. So for now, IG are just poking around, trying to find the right pressure point, and the main issue here for them that could present itself at a later game could be Riles' roaming game, because he was already able to throw a few spanners into work. Obviously not enough though to completely derail the IG train.
The attacker's bomb diffuser.
They did take out some of their captains or, you know, some of the leading members, but in saying that, every member on IG is just as efficient. So who will go down first? And it will be Ruby Rose yet again, caught out, unfortunately, in a pretty awkward position. Saharai no longer on the Tachanka, will be on that Jaeger, maybe a little bit more fragging power, a little bit more mobility. But in saying that, we do see the Finger Boost come out, and up the spiral stairs we go. Speakeasy already trying to rush onto the site, waits for the smoke to come through just as coordinated as ever, and Saharai goes down immediately, followed by Lunar Metal, surprisingly. And now that they wait and they try to move in on that site, they do take down some of that barricade, and some of the sight lines open up for them. Pushing onto the site, we do see Cleverly take a lot of damage though, might actually be caught up here, but no, as they rotate over, Speakeasy, a little bit of a loss for valuable angles, but has a pretty good control position. As they try to push through, a nice little pixel leads to kill onto Reels, and a double kill going to Jordan. And there we go, Reels actually, Pie Guy's actually going down this time around. It does look like, oh, Cleverly follows with him as well, so another 5th round going to Invictus Gaming quite convincingly again.
Well, there we go. Look, Invictus making this look pretty much easy. If it certainly looks like they are gunning for that straight up 7-0, which I really wouldn't be surprised if that is going to be the case in first map. Albeit, look, like I said at the beginning of the matchup, once we do traverse over to Clubhouse or Oregon, we may be seeing a little bit more of the fight back spirit from Desolate, but apart from that, it's honestly not looking particularly too good for them. Invictus certainly gunning for that top spot, given the fact that, well, look, they already managed to make it to the Sweden Major. They just playing here essentially for fun at this point. At least it feels like it. It's still a coordinated Invictus though, but apart from the fact that they've just showed off a bank play here in the Operation League, probably kind of the one main thing. Lunar and the rest of team so far still working as a well coordinated singular unit, and D8 look on their end. Far too many things are just going wrong for them, and namely is just the siege timing, what it feels like.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of passive play coming in from D8. The IG themselves, as you said, they already made it to Sweden. And saying that, playing in this does mean that they bring a lot of that skill here. It does help them keep sharp as well and keeps them on their toes. Too much time off might be very detrimental to them. And if anything, practicing within the region as well does help the entire Asian scene for Southeast Asia, of course, elevate and improve as a whole. So IG, if anything, we wish them best in Sweden. And as we see them take on teams like Desolate, they just have to play to the best of their abilities and make the most out of this opportunity, if anything. We do see now that a lot of onslaught is being put down as they make their way and cut through all the barricading. And Reel's already holding down main stairs, waiting for a rotation. No one just yet. 2 members on the outside pushing through lobby. Jordan himself is one of those members, and as he just rotates and pushes all the way through, walks right past the spiral staircase, and instead will now walk into the office hallway. Actually just misses Reels as he rotates off just in time. And yeah, you know, this time he does have the Banshee available to him for a little bit of backup, Cthulhu.
Full send, yeah, indeed. With Banshee at his disposal, Royals could really slow things down here, but he will need to make sure that he plays his cards right here. Still some contention at the bottom of the main stairs, but IG are making a very quick deal of that, opening up so many points of entry that at this point it's going to be extremely difficult for D8 to figure out and dictate where the actual push will be commencing through. But drones will be at least confirming a fair few of the positions, and Jordan, being the absolute fragmite main he is, looking to absolutely fiend it out. Spots already 2 of the defenders, and the Melusi will be a very nice and quick, easy frag should he decide to push up. But Joe already opens up the frag at the stairs, and look, it's already looking like yet another easy round.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Yeah, time and time again, we're looking at the D8 members just get caught with their backsides hanging out, and usually it doesn't really end well. IG often catch them on off guard and on their flanks. I think that Joe has dropped down quite low. He might actually be taken out here. Real's equal amount of health, also not looking very healthy as they pull back, and as they play a little bit more passive on site this time, and as they try to push in onto A from server. So Jordan heals up just a little bit, but Real's hanging around, and oh, Sahara getting flashed, unable to see anything at all, will be eliminated quite quickly by Joe for a double kill, and then they get the plant down as well, which is very successful. Couple more kills to go down. Hysterics to follow with them, and the shotguns are out, and it does look like Reals will be taken down there. But Renatus doesn't land the impact nade onto Joe. So that's not a bad trade at all, considering he's still alive, and he still might be able to get picked up. The C4 goes out, doesn't collect anyone just at all. But as they rotate on, they will be able to pick up Reals, and 2 members of Desolate might be able to do something about this with the remaining 17 seconds left on the clock. It doesn't look very likely so far, as they don't have many options left available to them. But with 1 member left and 3 members left on Invictus, it doesn't look like Ruby Rose will be able to do too much, as Luna picks up a double at the end of that round.
Just absolutely clinical performance there by IG. So far, so good. Really, no hiccups whatsoever. Jordan kind of keeping his KD nice and clean and continuing to stick around with, I believe, only just a singular death. Apart from that, 6-0, there's really not much to really be talking about, and I would hate to harp on Desolate's unfortunate circumstances, but it's just through and through, they've been read like a book and played like a fiddle, with Invictus being pretty much every second 1 step ahead of their, well, Philippines contenders. So, honestly, yeah, look, a bit of an unfortunate turnout on map number 1, I'll have to say that, and probably the best case scenario for them is going to be discard whatever the progress that was achieved, or whatever the situation was during Bank, and try to get themselves sorted for Clubhouse, as that is certainly going to be a much better, much more comfortable map for Desolate to take Invictus on.
Invictus 6-0. Jeez. We knew they were good, but 6-0 though. Mind you, Desolate aren't exactly just pushovers either. They are, of course, last season's champions for the Philippines.
10 seconds to go.
And they can hold their own. They're just up against probably one of the more intimidating rosters in the region. And we'll say that time and time again, of course, without being a broken record. But they still have an opportunity here on this attack now that they have swapped over. Iana is a operator that has a lot more picks recently, a lot more play, and it's coming to some great success. I'm personally a fan, and most of the time it's because I like her hair. It's true, I like her hair. It's really nice. If anything, I might want to replicate that someday myself. But you know what? The holograms recently have seen some really good play, and they are learning how to use the holograms to create some 400 IQ baits. And usually, you know, we do fall for these baits, or we don't think too much about it, but we will see that. Oh, see you later, Jordan. Cleverly picks up a very nice kill using the Jordan bait. Finds a nice angle, and you know what? We'll be able to leave with that. And there goes your external defense.
There is, yeah, look. With Jordan gone, look, not the worst kind of situation, albeit obviously you will be hurting and missing out on quite a fair bit of the projectile denial, but look, when you have gamers like Hysterics who just absolutely frags out cares really at this point about this loss? Only one round is separating us from IG's first map win here in the best of 3 against Desolate, and so far, look, yeah, Speakeasy he just swings, he doesn't care, no respect whatsoever is being paid here, and D8 are slowly but surely being picked apart, albeit this is a much closer round, but you know what, whatever I said, scratch that. Lunar just dumpstered.
Yep, the guy just pre-fired and he got a kill as they walked right into his process. He's going to rotate over now, and it does look like Pie Guy's got his work cut out for him. He has the DMR, and it's not going to be able to make too much, not be able to do too much damage. And there we go, another kill going down. And Invictus, first half, clean, almost perfectly, flawless victory. If anything is, oh. Jeez, I mean, some of those kills as well, some of the deaths on Invictus, like the impact nade, it's unfortunate circumstance, but you know what? The fact that the execution of all their defenses, their attacks were so clean, so well coordinated, Desolate really had their work cut out for them. Can they really, can they take this over into the next map, Cthulhu? Because they definitely have, I suppose, they might feel really disheartened.
Yeah, look, definitely there is a possibility for them, albeit it's still going to be a severe uphill battle for Desolate. For IG, look, they already have their own map point, they just need only one more map. Clubhouse being kind of the map that pretty much the whole of APAC plays on a regular, I don't think there is going to be much of an issue for them, but look, I definitely hope that Desolate will be able to pick up a point, at least a few more points rather than a 0 for themselves in that number 2, but we shall get to see that after a short break, so stay tuned, get some water, we'll see you in a little bit.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar.
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, no. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know! But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Soñé con los ojos bien cerrados, pude ver el misterio que me acerca. Para ti una luz se enciende un poco más. Para mí una cruz colgada tiempo atrás. Para ti una luz se enciende un poco más. Para mí una cruz. That seems to me can't get enough. Come give it up. Sabes qué pasa when I turn it up. Come give it to me rough. Won't fall in love. Es un pecado, boy, just turn it up. Te grité con los labios bien cerrados y busqué el momento que can't get enough. Come leave it up. Sabes qué pasa when I turn it up. Come give it to me rough. Won't fall in love. Es un pecado, boy, just turn it up. Para ti una luz. Para mí una cruz. Para ti una luz se enciende un poco más. Para mí una cruz. That seems to me can't get enough. Come leave it up. Sabes qué pasa when I turn it up. Come give it to me rough. Won't fall in love. Es un pecado, boy, just turn it up. Can't get enough.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
But, women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Hot after their victory on map number 1, IG are looking stronger than ever against Desolate. My name is the Russian Cthulhu, Ian joining me on the mic, and Ian, look, Desolate looking a little bit dire after a 7-0 loss.
Their prospects were pretty desolate in saying that. It's just pun intended that time, because it was a 7-0, and a lot of the times they were caught facing the opposite direction. Not sure if their headsets were on or not, but they definitely weren't really aware of their surroundings in a lot of those circumstances, and IG ran right through them. It's not going to get easier on a map like Clubhouse either, though, I will say that, so...
Yeah, Clubhouse is certainly going to be a much more difficult, well, not a much more difficult, but firstly, it is still going to be a difficult run for Desolate, given that IG so far are feeling really hot. But it is a bit more of a comfortable ground comparative to Bang. Bang felt completely like it was a bit of a lost kind of cause there, and completely unprepared by D8, but into Clubhouse and Oregon, possibly a little bit more, at least familiar in the meta, maps could certainly work out.
Yeah, so Clubhouse was definitely their pick. They should have a little bit more of a better time here this time around. Invictus, with their map pick, ran right through it, and as usual, a Thatcher ban.
Yeah, nothing too particularly unusual from D8. They just essentially wanting to stick by the by their guts, by their comfort picks and bans. Cade out of the equation though will make things slightly more difficult to do any kind of remote breach denial, but apart from that, really, there's still plenty of opportunities on the side of IG, banning out of Maverick, and I'm curious what could be actually the defensive ban. Vigil is actually a direct response to how Riles was playing, and well, D8 in general, they were quite frequent on the Vigil picks back on their defense. So a good decision here to eliminate that, and as well on top of that, a Maverick, which means that it's going to be borderline a necessity for Desolate to essentially get rid of any of the breach denial before getting the actual breach.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see a bandit come in for that as well, especially since we don't have Kaid, but we're not going to see that at all. Instead, we will see a Mira, a Rooney, and a Smoke for denial, along with the Mute. So Mute can still do that, of course. Has and we might see a swap over by Hysterics here, but nope, that's going to be it to a Mozzie. So all good picks for IG here on that defense. Mute still obviously can do that job. Does have a little bit of work to go through it though, of course, and going down basement now.
Yeah, basement is going to be a very easy to kind of hunker down play really here for Invictus, including the fact that obviously Mira managed to make it through the ban phase as per usual now it feels, and with Mute on board, yeah, look, I think it's less of Invictus kind of trying to deny the breach. They're more so just slowing things down and playing for obviously the post-breach situation. So look, honestly, the way how things so far looking, the Mute Mozzie combo will be the most impactful one, just to deny some of the information game, given how powerful it was for Invictus once they were on the offense back and back.
Out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Yeah, they got some defense over in server as well on the other side there, so it does mean that they're playing a multi-leveled defense here, and you know, Desolate might have their work cut out for them if they're not diligent with actually clearing the rest of the map. So you see them rappel on in, and Ruby Rose already getting eyes and sights on a lot of the that top floor there. Oh, there goes
trying to clear out a few of the positions. Those Mozzie pests are certainly being an issue, but the start of the clearing phase is already upon us, and already quite some pressure being put by D8, but surely IG already came in prepared for this one.
Yep, and you already do notice that there's one member down over in the bedrooms, and they're calling those pings already. Ruby Rose hesitant to drop down, but we'll see Reels already taken out there, and as they push and clear in onto Speakeasy, he won't be able to trade back, and Pie Guy picks that kill up. Sahara gets traded back by Lunar, and it does look like two members on the offense already suffer losses.
Yeah, but we see that there still is a fair few rotations to the top floor. Hysterics picking up his own frag with the C4, and that does leave us in a 4v2 situation with still just under 2 minutes, with minute and 39 remaining to go.
Yes, we do see that they are able to win some of these front-facing trades, cleverly already proving that they can win those gunfights, and saying that they are losing to vertical plays and a lot of just really good flanks from IG.
Absolutely, yeah. IG certainly doing their work here, making sure that they rotated the much-needed moment, and already we have, well, technically only a mirror of Jordan playing around the site. The rest are still roaming about, but finally are defaulting back to the site. So with a minute remaining, 3v2, it's still going to be quite a tall order for DA to take the site, despite the fact that they've managed to clear out majority of the roaming game.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of hard breach either, a lot of soft breach, but in saying that, they have to take these front-facing gunfights. They might be able to make it work, noticing that drone is like, hey, that doesn't belong to us. We lost that drone quite a long ago, and that LMG will be reloaded as they try to push through, and that reload will be punished for a double kill going down to Hysterics. Ruby finds one kill, but will it be enough as he rotates through, drops down dangerously low, knows where one more last member is, and might be able to pick that one up. Yeah, Hysterics goes down, but so will Ruby dropping down dangerously low. Almost being picked off here, and an easy kill going down to Jordan with the Vector over on the hall there.
There we go, yeah. Nice and quick cleanup by Invictus. Did a solid job overall, albeit, look, a few hiccups here and there, but they were still able to keep on trading the frags rather than allowing Desolate to essentially run away scot-free. So, with that said, the continuation to the flawless streak of the rounds is upon us for IG, and with their picks and introduction of Thunderbird as well to the gym bedroom setup, we might be seeing quite a interesting rotation game from them, seeing as also that was a locked-in Thunderbird as well.
Yeah, they're only going to be swapping off the Goyo over to Mute, which makes sense that the site does have very narrow hallways and some narrow entries and exits.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
If they want to play that
bombs
rotation game, it's not going to be very good. But moving up top to gym and bedroom, this is going to be a much, I suppose, a site where they can have a little bit more confidence in defending as well, and they can be a little bit more aggressive. That Thunderbird will be able to pay dividends, but man, that last round, I feel like, you know what? Desolate did a little bit better than they usually have.
I mean, look, they've tried to clear out as much of space as possible and tried to ensure that they had their
10 seconds left
gunfight set,
before
and for a
insertion.
brief moment it was like that, but look, IG were just,
5
like I
seconds
mentioned
to
before,
insertion.
one step ahead. Another opening for a throw out camera speakeasy. That was
locate a bomb and
nearly managed to decapitate his captain, but apart from that, plenty of information is going to be ensured here, given the fact that Valkyrie was able to make it through, and Lunar so far is going to be doing his best to make the best use of it.
Activating jammer.
Yep, a couple of pings on Rooney already go down, and Ryul's already very aware and very cautious of where this the cybernetic player might just be as they rotate on through, and they might just be able to pick one more up. Ruby already taking a little bit of damage, of course, and Ryul's will be eliminated through the soft flooring, through the soft wall there over in the CCTV. Now, this does mean that Hysterics is cornered, and he has to rotate out of there. We'll be able to make it out of that rotation alive, but for how much longer?
Look, it's certainly a huge question here, but at the very least he was able to pull away and already gets himself healed back up thanks to the Kona stations. So right now IG looking pretty solid, didn't really lose their player, managed to heal himself back up, and look, Hysterics is back into the play in construction hallway. Gonna try to maybe repel the push from here on out around the cache and the construction room area, but with so much ground already opened up, it's action time.
Changing mags!
Yep. Joe with the kill as well. Might be able to pick up 2 kills. Will be flashed, and to be honest, in this position, it's quite safe. No, I take that back. He will be taken down. Joe with a double kill will be picking up, leaving 2 members on Desolate to try to push it. And you know what? It's not going to look good. They don't have healing. They don't have much options available to them. And it's going to come down to Ruby Rose, who will be picked off in cash room. Wow. Okay, they couldn't even get past one site.
Absolutely, no, not at all. Look, Invictus looking extremely strong, and Joe's play there on the red stairs pretty much shut down any particular chances that D8 had, even before they were even able to make another meter closer to the site. With the 2-0 scoreline, it's already starting to ramp up and look like we may be seeing yet another 7-0 by Invictus if things keep on going this way, because no matter what operators they bring in, it seems like they're just completely unstoppable here for CCTV and Cash Room.
Clash and Warden. That's interesting. Some pretty interesting operators getting picked up on that defense, and this attack isn't too much different either. I feel like what they really need to do on that attack, Cthulhu, and correct me if I'm wrong, is push more than one side at once. I feel like they were all really hunkered down on one angle, and it enabled Invictus to really pour that attention.
I think, yeah, I'll definitely agree with you here, Ian. The kind of one-dimensional aspect of the push from D8 has certainly seen to their quite rather rapid demise. And say maybe a quick cheeky split, maybe try to open up another front to go for a flank could do the right job here, but given the fact that IG flat out were able to just even outgun their opponents, it certainly still seems like quite a difficult task
Attackers are moving
for
out to
Desolate
locate a
to
bomb and
perform. So maybe it's just the idea here is for them to stack that angle as much as possible to try to even just overpower a single player with numbers.
Yeah, Siege is a strategic game after all. It's more than just gunfights, and if anything, we should see Desolate maybe come up with a bit more of a multifaceted plan as they seem to be rotating to more than one entry this time around. Soft breach charges are going down, and they are waiting for a push in so that Pie Guy here can get to work and open up that wall.
Position device.
Absolutely. Invictus so far just staying put, really waiting for the swings.
What?
But Hysterics, he's just built differently. He was waiting there by the opening a little bit too late on that ping, and no chances were really given. The issue, though, for Hysterics, his position is quite expendable. So the moment somebody peeks into the gym window, that is going to be it for him, unless he decides to make a run for it and magically dodges all the bullets.
I'm not exactly sure what the strategy was behind throwing in Ryu's hologram before, after,
It was just a miscommunication.
like face
really.
checking that hole and trying to create the breach. Definitely didn't work to their advantage, and now that they are down 2 members, does seem that Ruby Rose is having a bit of a connection issue, but that does mean 3 members are left on Desolate to try to fight this off, and it doesn't look good so far, as Sarharai is already a little chipped down on health.
There it is. With the rotation now opened up, Hysterics was able to fall back to the side. And apart from that, it's a very kind of fluid, very well-organized movement that IG are doing, and certainly quite a fair bit of that success can be addressed to Gigs as well. The man is just behind the scenes been doing the absolute work, and already IG... Oh boy, okay, that's toxic, Hysterics.
So yes, Gigs has been doing some amazing work with the team, and it shows as they are so uniform with their executions. Rio speaking the corner now will not win the trade. Hysterics already with superior angle will be able to take that kill and be able to take the head off the last remaining member, and Yana is no more. So does seem that we will be continuing on to the next round. And oh no, we are going to a pause timer as we wait for the last member to come back. Yeah.
This does give us time as well to try to maybe talk about and try to figure out what really needs to be done here by Desolate, purely for the fact that, well, they're already on what feels like essentially now a 10-round loss streak, and they yet to pick up on anything that could be the solution against Invictus, really.
It's starting to seem pretty bleak for them. I'm hoping that they start just tidying up their basics. We do see that their foundational skills and I suppose the general awareness isn't really there. The last few seconds of that last round, we did see that Hysterics picked up a flurry of kills because he just sat in a corner and no one knew he was there. Their drones were not out, and I don't actually remember how many drones they had left, but if they lost their drones that early, it does show that they are not playing to reserve that information or that inventory, you know? Like, they need to be able to check their corners, if anything, and rushing to the wall itself doesn't exactly mean that you're gonna be able to take it. You have to check your corners, and no one checked the corner for Hysterics.
Okay, Hysterics is he's built diff on his own, just kind of borderline a one-man army, able to swing, able to find the frags. Ruby Rose has finally returned as well, so we shall be seeing the continuation of the round pretty soon. Apart from that, look, Desolate, look, I hate harping on the teams, but at the moment against Invictus, there's not a whole lot of chances. As for Invictus, look, it's the regular day in the office, borderline just them kind of having fun, fooling around, not really exposing too much of any of the saucy or spicy strats. Is just kind of, yeah, they seem to be enjoying themselves in general.
As we've mentioned before, in general, it's all really just a run-of-the-mill day for Invictus.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Prep phase now. Going to be seeing them as going down towards the basement this time around. Similar strategies that they've used time and time again. Surely by now, Desolate should be able to read into this, and once they discovered where the site is going to lie, should have some kind of plan to pick it apart slowly. Hopefully this time their heart breach doesn't all go out the window immediately in the start of the round.
Yeah. Oh, let's see what kind of shenanigans will IG bring this time, given the fact that we're already seeing an Oryx as well being brought out on board by Joe. Jordan sticking about onto smoke, and then to follow suit we have Mute agreeing the defense on the side of D8 and attempt to maybe try to negate that roaming. the introduction of the Jackal is there, and look, a little bit of a cheeky run out by Joe for valid reasons. Can't blame the man. He wants something.
Yeah, I saw the ability icon flash, and I was like, wait a second, the round just started. What is he doing? And yep, there we go. He was going for a very cheeky spawn peek, and you know what? He will get away with that. He'll get a barricade up as well, and it does mean that they have a lot of information from that on that defense. They know exactly where the enemy is not. But the drones are going through top floor now, and they will just notice that no one's up here. But they don't realize that someone is over in someone is upstairs, and they are waiting just for the right moment to spring their trap.
Yeah, Logioff's presence could be quite huge here, really, given the fact that Joe is also already on impromptu push, but the attack on the top floor has commenced, and right now this could be a multi-dimensional, multi-directional just chaos.
Unfortunate timing there. Won't be able to catch that angle. I will be taken down. Hysterics is the first member to be eliminated, and as this time, I suppose this is the best opportunity for Desolate to actually push in and take this by the reins. Surely they might be able to find another member as they try to push through and try to spray down the wall. Ruby Rose dropping quite low already does mean that Invictus having a great time will be able to find that easy kill. Rotating off quickly, Joe will be able to make it all the way through and actually make it off site, leave the entire floor in fact.
Feels a bit weird the fact that, well, Desolate right now is still trying to force the defense of Speakeasy out of the equation, and Luna as well on that support is able to just completely shut it down. Only top floor has been taken by D8 and nothing more. IG just fighting back at every step.
Drop the bomb diffuser.
Look at that trigger discipline by Speakeasy. He saw the head of the thermite, didn't spray it down just yet, just because he knew he needed a clearer shot. That leaves 2 members on Desolate to try to take on 3 defending members from Invictus. And considering Jordan's spree on this behemoth of a man, it's going to be pretty hard to catch him. He has a pretty strong angle down here, and Speakeasy to crossfire that as well. So they might be able to make it through the garage instead for that attack, but Reels and Cleverly are still taking their time and droning it out and trying to find a proper opening.
With IG, they have yet another chance to keep on capitalizing on the points. Speakeasy shuts it down, no chance whatsoever. But look, at the very least, with 10 seconds remaining, maybe some stat padding could be upon us. No, never mind. Joe says no.
Not this time around.
Not this time.
Reels is the trade there. Yep. And it was pretty haphazard. They were running out of time. That didn't look very good for them in general, but they managed to keep a couple more kills. And oh, okay, good. I thought he disconnected again, but we've got him back, guys. Oryx will not be on the board this time around, and maybe just actually a Tachanka for Joe.
Look, Chanka pick, I definitely rate that. We've seen, at least within ANZ, a fair bit of usage of Chanka. OCL as well just started recently adapting Chanka into the rosters as well. And with the DP27, that gun is an absolute masterpiece tool for opening up any of the rotations. So wouldn't put it past that. Look, we may be seeing just kind of a nice yet another tool for rotations, as well as that, just some solid stopping power behind that machine gun.
Yeah, you know what? He is able to deny a lot of time, and that might work to their advantage. Considering Joe's streak so far and the way he's playing, I'm expecting Joe to just run at them with Tachanka and maybe even control large areas, which, you know what? Lord Tachanka, that he excels at that. That is his forte.
Sure is. Look, Chanka both at the space denial as well as that being able to open up quite a bit of walls. Certainly do quite some damage overall. Now, curious how will he be used up, because the way how I'm seeing so far IG bring him on board is kind of a just an alternative to a smoke. Occasionally, some teams do prefer to bring both smoke and the chunk and use both as kind of like back-to-back kind of plays, but at the very least, D8 are doing bare basics, just making sure that they drone out all the initially very momentum-heavy positions, like those spawn peaks, and making sure that Invictus are not even allowed just even that simple task. So, apart from that, it's just time for breaches for Desolate.
Reels are taking a little bit of damage as well already. Isn't going to bode very well, considering that Yana is an operator that you'd expect to have her hologram out like 50% of the time whenever peeking angles. Pie Guy going to be rotating up, trying to get this exothermic charge on the wall over by the jacuzzi, and as they try to get that off, they're not going to be able to do too much about it, as it's kind of a stalemate at this point. A lot of opening shots and a lot of suppressing fire as they try to get the utility down. But so far, Cthulhu, pretty slow.
Well, you say that, we just might be seeing the quick collapse onto the garage, and with Saharai Mac already taking the control over the garage storage, this gives another foothold really for the push. So D8 just about to kick off their own aggression here.
Frag Grenade's gonna go out. Oh, we'll connect to Lunar. He goes down there. He won't be able to do too much about it. And cleverly picks up another kill into Hysterics. Two massive members on that team get eliminated, and they are still on a 5-man roster. So Cleverly's the lowest on health, and it does look like Tachanka will be taken out as well, and so will Joe, and so will Jordan. 4 members of Invictus. We might see D8 pick up their first round here unless Speakeasy pulls off a miracle. But you know what? This man frags out on a daily basis. It might just be too easy for him. He's going to reload on that C9, and as he pushes through, one more member over by the stairs. Hovering outside the cache. Might just go down here. Yes, he finds another kill. Maybe a third. There we go, a triple kill going to Speakeasy. Rotates back onto bedroom and into this health. Into the station for a little bit more health. A couple more members start collapsing onto him, and you know what? He might just pull off one of the most unheard of 1v5s here to open up the first day of the group stages.
Possibly here. Speakeasy managed to also fall back straight away back to the side, and was able to give away still quite some ground. Swing so far from D8 been kind of one-on-one, so it was still relatively easy job for him, but right now this could be the main hurdle here. 14 seconds to go.
He picks up another kill, a quad kill, all down to 1 member. Speakeasy, if anyone can do it, it is him, and the last kill is so free! A complete ace by Speakeasy! You are an Martin! Oh!
Holy.
What a legend himself with the C9, by the way. With the Frost, cleans up an entire roster of Desolate. I am shocked. I am shocked. I knew he was good, but man.
Look, yeah, that's Speakeasy. That's the man, the myth, the legend. Honestly, that guy is just absolutely cracked. Even back in the SCA Pro League, the man was just ripping it up even before he joined the IG roster. So it's honestly, it's a good thing to see that even, like, pretty much the man has not lost the form. Better yet, he has improved immensely over the times, over the months, over the years. And look, yeah, with a 5-0 scoreline, I think that last round was borderline the best chance that D8 had for a win, and yet again it was during the way previously banked. Seen, I believe, a 1v3, now it's a full-on 1v5. As if IG already didn't have enough ways to flex on their opponents.
There were so many things that Desolate could have capitalized on, and yet again, it all came down to Invictus looking in one direction and then picking off the enemies as they trickled down. And they moved in one by one into a Lemmings-formed kill zone. You know, it looked pretty bad, considering they opened up with a really strong start with the frag grenades, with the flashbangs, and they had a really strong entry. They kind of threw that all away, unfortunately, and Invictus, just wow. Moving on to this next round, of course, for round 6, we do see that they're trying to move on in, and Desolate are already showing that they're just a little bit more cautious.
Absolutely. Well, introducing Lunar onto Clash, that's kind of his staple pick for some of the plays, and certainly the operator that he wouldn't shy away from on quite a fair few occasions. So we've seen him on that shield play. Borderline considered one of SCA's best shield players to date, so wouldn't put it past that this is one of those situations as well for IG to flex about. Apart from that, look, a Desolate not really too keen on making quick entry into the building, but at the very least they have plenty of set up cameras, so at the very least, the moment the push does happen, they might just be able to find their openings.
Oh, Hysteric's actually going down quite quickly. Good pings and good comms from Desolate this time does mean that the Jaeger gets taken off the board. Not a loss of utility, but that is a lot of fragging power that gets taken off the board. And Pie Guy waiting for his time to shine, and if anything, maybe just burn through a wall. Oh, nope, not today.
Psych. Yeah. Not today at all. That completely denied, and now it's up to Cleverly to try to cause some sort of disruption. But you look at just the 8 again, they very much bunched up in that singular position. There's no pressure on the main stairs and into the master bedroom. There's no pressure onto the construction hallway. It's all very concentrated in just one position. It's very one-dimensional, and it does allow IG to do what they just did.
Speakeasy with a vector kill and a
No
C4
way.
over
No
the side! A double kill!
Oh my god.
Speakeasy doesn't stop! He...
No shot.
It's kind of
No
painful
shot
to see,
at
but
all.
now that they're
Lunar.
pushing out...
Lunar.
Oh, you know what? It's okay. It's okay. We expect this from IG, but that last spawn peek for the last 2 kills, pretty confident. I'm not gonna say disrespectful, but it was free.
It was disgusting.
I'll say that. It was. Way to make a statement on stream, guys. Jeez.
Absolutely. I mean, look, if that is the case here for them in Operation League, if they finish it up with a 2-0 scoreline with not dropping a single round, I would certainly have a few concerns if I would have been a player for Bano or RTS for that matter, given just how confident Invictus Gaming are currently. For Desolate, look, maybe better luck will be against some of the other opponents, but yet again, Invictus are certainly looking very hot and very ready right now.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
They've got some other kind of confidence this time around. Desolate are on match point. 2 rounds, 2 maps in a row, and it's pretty much match point for the entire series. If they don't win 7 rounds back to back here, it wouldn't even be 7 rounds. If they had to win this, they'd have to win like 9 rounds straight. They could not lose anything else to Invictus, and that doesn't seem very likely at this point, considering the odds that are stacked against them. Especially with a basement defense, that is by far their worst attack so far to date. Here on the first day of the open group stages, not the open group stages, but the group stages for the Operation League Season 4.
There is. Let's see if maybe the defense side will allow D8 to finally break the. I guess at this point it's even considered a curse. Given the fact that IG so far, oh, okay, Speakeasy already taking damage and down.
Oh, well, there goes our star player.
That's some
Speakeasy gets taken down quite soon, and cleverly traded half his health for that.
Not a bad trade if you ask me, but look at it, at least D8 trying to kind of channel their own kind of IG plays in that matter, but it only took, what, 10 seconds?
Yep. Saying that Joe might get taken down here. No, we'll drop down to half health, but you know what? We'll help his teammates collect another kill for himself. And oh, the blitz with the flash comes in, and they are blinded by the light itself, leaving Ruby Rose all alone on site. Picks up a nice triple kill for herself, and just, okay, has the world stacked up against them. 1v1 right now against Jordan. Holding the tight angle, both sides here. Unfortunately does not connect. And oh, 2 times. Twice now. Almost getting his head taken off. Ruby Rose holding down half health on site for B. Diffuser not even in the hands of Jordan just yet, has to rotate over, but surely he can pick that up quite safely.
Look,
1 minute 25 seconds left. He has a lot of time.
Yeah, has a lot of time, half a round to go, and it's down to essentially how jittery will Ruby Rose get, because he doesn't know. Well, before that, that lifeline popped off, he didn't know the exact position of Zafia, and at this point he might be thinking that Jordan is already rotating, but instead Zafia player is just kind of droning around trying to figure out where the push is. Does recover the diffuser, at least gets closer to it, but this is going to be the big impactful gunfight, I feel.
Yep, they might just trade out here. Jordan's definitely going to try to push for this, and Ruby Rose might just spray it down
Attackers
and
recovered the diffuser.
push to pick that one up. Nope, this time around, Jordan actually succeeds at grabbing the diffuser and rotates all the way back into Memorial Room. Might get into the church there. But ooh, it's coming down to a bit of a duel between them, and as he pushes down the hall, he is wide open, unaware of where Ruby Rose might be. This might be the first round. Ruby Rose clutches for the team, but no! Jordan wins it with a spray! Round 7 goes to Invictus Gaming, and that is 2 maps in a row. They win flawlessly.
Jeez Louise. IG just built differently here, Ian. Look, 14 round streak. That's all that there is to say. Flawless matchup, no rounds lost, and there's not much really to be said apart from the fact that GGIG, they're the ones kicking things off their Operation League pretty much with style and finesse.
You know what? If Jordan lost that last round, it would have been a stain on a pristine record for the opening game here. He would have been the only dude to lose a round. But in saying that, he keeps up with the rest of the team, and the entire roster for Invictus just take their way. Open up these group stages with such style, and they set the bar so high, Cthulhu. The bar is like up there now.
Absolutely. Look, for the time being though, for tonight, that's it for IG. We still do have Bano versus RTS, and then RTS versus Desolate up next. Then, well, should be an exciting time regardless. So we are gonna go on a quick break, get ourselves sorted out, get ourselves some hydration. Infin will be joining me for the second matchup, and look, we shall see you all in a later bit.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, no. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know! But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
But, women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime. My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why do these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
But, women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Hot off the conclusion of the very first matchup of IG versus Desolate, the Operation League is already serving us some bangers. I'm Cthulhu, joining me is Infian for matchup number 2. Infian, how you feeling right now for the beginning of the group stage?
Well, I was feeling like I could have a longer tea time, perhaps at 5 p.m. But it looks like Invictus Gaming, they're not in the mood to allow anything of that sort. They chopped up, Desolate pretty quickly. Even in that 1v5, when Speakeasy got in that 1v5 situation, I saw it and I'm like, well, he just clutched a 2v5 yesterday against Elevate for Sweden Point. This should be nothing for him, and it was. So, yeah, that was that game. But now we're moving over to the next game, and let's look at the map videos for the matchup between Bano versus Renatus. And Renatus, they were Team Insane in Season 3 who won the Operation League over here.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, essentially, first place clashing against the 4th place from Season 3, and looking at the map bans, this is feeling much more kind of back at home, quote-unquote. We are looking at Cafe, we are looking at Oregon, and then a decider of a Clubhouse for us to see. So, it is certainly looking like we are kind of returning back to the kind of quote-unquote the roots of APAC and SCA kind of map picks with the introduction of Cafe, Oregon, and Clubhouse back in and again. But main question for me here is how close of a matchup is this going to be, since we're already seeing pretty much a 14-0 from IG against Desolate?
I mean, that's a pretty good question. Let's look at how Clubhouse went. It's over here, not in the first 2 maps. It is the decider map, but Clubhouse last season was a 7-2 in favor of Renatus, and then the other map that they played was Coastline, which was 7-3, also in favor of Renatus. So it was a clean 2-0 victory for Insane back then, now Renatus, obviously, in case you haven't got the idea. So Banno definitely not quite on the same level last season. Are they going to be on the same level this season? They have changed up their maps. Cafe first, Oregon later. Thatcher, Flores, Mira, and one more ban from Banno's side to go.
Yeah, for Cafe, I'm definitely looking forward, yes, to some of the information gathering. Operators and Valkyrie is going to be fitting that bill perfectly well. Thatcher, Flores, Mira, and Valkyrie, apart from maybe Flores, nothing else doesn't really stand out too much, given some of the circumstances. But my question here to you, Infian, with kitchen service and kitchen cooking, for and Bano starting on the defense, do we think that they will be able to acquire some early momentum for themselves, given that they are on defense, or will Renatus be able to just completely roll over their opponents, even whilst being on attack?
Well, let's see. It wasn't very close last season. I mean, collectively, Banno only got 5 rounds. That's not even enough to go to overtime on one map. So this time, on Cafe defense, they will actually, be hoping to rectify that situation. And that 6th pick from the castle to the maestro sounds like a pretty good one, especially since Renatus, they are bringing the sledge over on the attack. The Hibana also has the 2-pellet system now, compared from last season, I think. Or was it already there last season? Regardless, Hibana would have been able to clear it as well. Zofia can clear it as well. But we have a game crash. I do believe No,
I think it was just a cheeky, unfortunate alt tab. Yeah, or Windows key. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, as the legendary Canadian said, the Windows key, bro.
Yeah. Look, I'm actually quite sold behind RTS's pick here. They are covering quite a fair bit of just the ground with all this utility. They have obviously the passive flank watch, they have the roam clear utility, and on top of that, some nice amount of soft and hard breach utility to boot as well. On the side of Bano, really, this feels like an attempt to maybe enforce some form of roam game with the introduction of Aruni, Alibi, and Jaeger trio. But with Maestro and Kate on board for kitchen service, this feels like maybe there's going to be an attempt at a relative small expansion, say, towards bakery storefront and the connector, and then kind of from there on, say, something falls off, default back into a hunker down position.
There we go. We are getting into the matchup finally after a long delay. It does happen. Pardon for the technical difficulties. It happens. But we are in, and we are going to the first floor over here, which was the site where, Invictus, as I said, completed the 2v5 yesterday to go to Sweden. I don't think we're going to expect any 2v5 heroics right now, right here. But it is a good site. I think it's a fairly balanced site. It's got enough verticality, but it's also got enough spaces for the defenders to fight off that verticality and to hide within the site, even if you lose a lot of the verticals. It does pigeonhole the defenders into uncomfortable and fixed positions, but it doesn't mean that they can't have any impact on the round, as is the case on many other bomb sites, such as coastlines, for example, coastline kitchen defense. If you lose vertical, you're pretty much screwed.
Exactly. Well, already starting off on the action phase, we did see some interesting expansions over to the garage to try to force RTS into a little bit more of a discomfortable, or rather uncomfortable position, and the RTS for them, look, it doesn't really matter. It's a top-down clear so far, and already Hoven is going straight in for the push, not really wasting too much time, and this is exactly what RTS need here, to set the pace like that. With the setup that Banno bringing out, they might just be able to possibly do it.
Well, Lonely is identified that player over there on red stairs. Adina is going to get into a fight with him. Rossi takes a little bit of damage, but I do believe he dealt a lot more than the Jackal would have bargained for. That's the first kill, though, for Renatus. Rix, former Pro League player alongside Lonely and Toji. Rix was on Ferox Esports back in the day. I believe that was Season 9 of the Pro League here in Southeast Asia. And then after that, we also had Toji on script and Lonely on Lassie.
Yeah. Interesting decision as well by Rix to try to open up the hatch, and it certainly does work. Just the right magic. Half a round to go, and only just recently Ruse was picked up by the Renatus players. Very nice clinical opening up around the VIP area on the ground floor, and drone work so far seems to be quite clinical. So for God Mode, this is going to be quite a tall order. The only openings should be coming about, and Rossi tries to hold up a bit of a passive angle, but with RTS already slowly but surely continuing their march. As long as they get the better of the alibi, this could be the play, but right now with God Mode opening up the scoreline, could be huge beginning.
Oh, Rossi gets one more to help out. Lonely's position is given away. He's on red pings, and he's taking a little bit of damage. I do believe so. Can deal with it. Can't deal with the player just quite yet. Does a tiny bit of damage to Lunch. Not able to do any more. Lunch is holding a very nice angle, and he gets away just as Lonely looks away at the wrong moment. One still on the stairs.
But look at this.
Rix, he gets one more. And Lonely's getting zapped all the while. Two of them pushing through the door. That's a freebie. But told you, God Mode traded back. Told you one more for him. It's a 1 versus 1, and it's a win for the Zofia with the LMGE. Almost taken out his own teammate earlier on in the push, but coming up clutch in the very end.
Oh, RTS kicking things off pretty well for themselves, it looks. A solid start, and Kitchen Service is the re-pick of on the defense, but apart from that, RTS did a pretty phenomenal job. It felt like. Any kind of thoughts on what should have been done by Bano here to try to maybe slow down the push overall, or maybe how to counter that sort of aggression that RTS brought on board?
So you can see, like, the red player, the red stairs player, he was doing a lot of damage over to these attackers, and he was keeping them very much on their toes. They were very afraid
Attackers need to
of when he'd come down the stairs and have an influence on the round, because it was getting down to 20 seconds when RTS finally, I believe, dealt with him. Had he been able to hold on, that would have been a lot better, and the way they could have helped him hold on is just commit a little bit more manpower or utility to that room. So maybe 2 members roaming off site up in 3rd floor, maybe coming down to 2nd if there's no one pushing 3rd floor, or defaulting off 3rd very quickly. Hold 2nd a little bit more. Don't allow the attackers to open up the hatches and get that verticality as easily as it happened in round number 1. And then go down over onto the 1st floor, make your rotations, hold Christmas tree, hold closet, all these power positions that the attackers will be hard-pressed to push you out of after having already used a utility earlier on.
Let's see if we'll be able to do just that. Already quite a few things coming about from Rix and Co. Seems like a bit of a calm before the storms, and Rossi is running around the brown stairs as well. If Bano can keep up their momentum here and shut down some early entrances into the building, this could be huge. But Hoven already dropping down, but opening by God Mode. It's a solid one, and being allowed to run away scot-free.
See, that's a good pick once again onto the Jackal, no less. 2 smoke grenades off the board. The Inox gadget, of course, can't be used anymore either. And this is good from Banno, but as I said, they don't really have 2nd floor control. There are lots of drones coming up from Renatus as well, which are going unchecked. They're collecting so much information for these attackers. Even though they've lost a man, it's not the end of the world for them right now. They can still collect all the information, know 2nd floor is clear, and start opening up the floor, pressuring down onto the 1st. Very easy.
Absolutely. Nice. So far collected. Still play by RTS. Continuing their onslaught. Not really letting this single first loss to slow them down in any shape or form, but quite desperately trying to find any kind of opening before they even commit to that push on the ground floor. Vuz is the one to hold his position in VIP. God Mode attempting to maybe support him with potential coverage on the back, but Vuz is the one to continue the Ripper as he does get the better of Lonely, and already that's Zofia out of the equation. RTS being forced on the back foot and with minimal damage dealt to Bano. This is going to be an attempt for maybe a solo
located by
crusade here now.
Ooh.
Rix.
Rix, yeah,
Find
he has
that
lots
shot, this
of
could be huge.
experience. What can he do to bring it to bear? I do believe Rix's position was pretty good. Over here behind the counter is just an alibi clone, but Hovenhurst from up top, he gets one. It's ready to drop right now, Cthulhu. Don't think that would be the wisest idea. God Mode is pretty aware, and there is no other pressure coming from either side just yet. Rix is going to try and apply that. 30 seconds.
Well, here we go. 30 seconds to go. Even less than that, then Toji holding his angle, knowing full well that there is an Aruni in the coat hanger, but Rix is the one to find his frags. 15 seconds to go. The collapse needs to happen right now. Already swing comes about. Hoven gets the better of launch as well. And with 8 seconds to go, the push needs to happen. No, Godmode may just be able to deny this. Swing comes about. That's another frag. Triple kill for Godmode. Can he pick up the quad though? That is another swing. No. Play for time is in play though. Bano is the one to claim round number 2 in a very calm and collected way.
So a lot better from Banno this time around. They got 2 picks to open it up on the defense rather than just 1. And earlier on, when it looked like they were going to default back a little too early, they had a minute, the attackers, to play with, and they actually really did bring it back. It was 3 versus 2 when the final execute came out. I think at that point it was just the positions that they didn't know the defenders were in, specifically God Mode, and he got 2 pushing over on double door. Attackers losing that information and losing their lives and losing the round.
There we go now. At the very least, Bano looking like they came in even just a little bit prepared. That play from God Mode, though, was pretty much the key there for them. And looking into this round, look, Renatus will be forced to maybe look back at how the round went, maybe try to just clean up their act, because given the fact that they are going into this matchup being kind of the favorites, the first place back in Season 3, it's certainly quite a little bit more pressure on them, I would imagine, comparative to Bano, who did come back in 3, come only on 4th place.
Now we have the 3rd floor defense coming out for the first time in 3 rounds. It's a very standard setup just for now. We do have a little bit, maybe, you know, the banister still needs to be broken, I think, over there. You can see it in bottom left just now. Might be a little bit of a hindrance in crossing over, but that should be easily rectified, whether with a weapon or the melee. But Hovenhurst, he denies God Mode spawn peek attempt, and that's a big one. God Mode, last season too, he was one of the best players on Banno. So far in these 3 rounds, he's already gotten 5 kills. Rather, it was 5 in 2 rounds, and clutching out last round as well. But this round is 0 impact whatsoever, not even any damage dealt. I don't think it was the wisest idea to push for a spawn peek, even at this level.
A bit of an overly ambitious play there did end up costing him his life, but regardless of that, Vu's already trying to apply his own kind of pressure here around the piano area, but did get forced off the pixel. There is some presence around the garage area, so we might be seeing a quick cheeky run out onto Toji, but that's going to be negated at least with the drone being about. Spot on the Aruni is there, so Rossi, his position has been revealed, but so far, just RTS applying so much pressure, and Booz is in a whole lot of trouble right now.
Now, Lonely pushing in. They have cleared out Pixel Spot very easily. Reinforcements still going down inside. Had that been a little bit of a quicker, more swift push, especially with the south corridor, the south corridor held down by the rappel, that could have been a kill punished at an inopportune moment for the defenders, but it wasn't quite punished just yet. 1 minute and 15 seconds left. Still a 5v4, nothing's happened since that spawn peak was denied, and these defenders have very strong positions. This white stairs position in particular can be extremely powerful, so can this position from Robust over here inside of Minibar.
Absolutely. Coma for the Storm borderline, really, with Rossi's roam here could be absolutely huge. Lonely picks up his own crash walking kill onto Robust and already enters into the bar. Might just be able to find another frag into the freezer as the defender is completely clueless. Surely Lynch heard it. Surely he swings a gas grenade out. This has to be the time for the pincer, but instead it's Booze picks up a kill into Hoven. Another frag. Finally, Lynch is down. Booze and Rossi could actually still shut it down with 30 seconds to go because Rix will be attempting to plant. Vu's trying to contest his own game. Rossi picks up a frag of his own, but finally Adenepa is just so good. He's clean on the play, and Lonely wraps it all up with a down Lynch.
Good lord, guys. It's information that is lacking. Once again, you could see the way that they were swinging this was very uncertain, very unclear. They had no clue where these attacker positions were. Lonely crouch walking his way, getting a kill, and just holding station after that, right in the middle of the bomb site, was extremely egregious from the defenders. I mean, how can you allow that to happen? Lunch, surely he was inside a freezer, surely he heard him. I believe, wasn't really sure because of the sound call and didn't swing because of that. It would have been a free kill for him had he managed to do that. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. Both these teams not perfect on their information. It's just in that moment, whoever has a little bit more information just goes for the swing, commits to it, and usually, you know, these guys are pretty good. You know, even at ranked level, you have great aimers, and it's no surprise that here at Operation League level, they are getting the kills once they have the information. They're only whiffing when they don't know where the attackers or the defenders are.
A huge amount of momentum is also feels like it depends on some of the opening frags, and whoever does manage to find themselves a good opening has a really solid chance to just keep on delaying any kind of advancement of either one of the sides. So really here for Renatus, the fact that they were able to early shut down God Mode pretty much meant that for Bano and for the rest of the team, they would have been quite a tall order to really play about. For the time being though, set up yet again top floor. It seems like Banno are still quite convinced that they could have done much better on the top side and don't really want to switch off that. Means maybe for RTX or RTS.
RTX.
Yeah, look, RTX will come after they commit the win and get to it actually. For now,
Yeah,
it's
that's
RTS.
Right. It's pretty expensive to buy graphics cards now, so you know they have to stick with the GTX for now.
Yeah, with the GTA. Looking at this setup, though, do we reckon that this is going to be a solid, prolonged hold by Banno, or is it just a quick kind of delayed time for a brief moment and then fall back?
Well, we are looking to be a delay tactic. I do believe Banno can go for that. They're not really confident in pushing for those aggressive retake scenarios. Right now they're getting flashed. They're playing very aggressively. God Mode, he was just standing out in the open, head poking out. Very lucky that he wasn't peeked from behind right now. There is a drone on him. Where is the peek? They need to peek him right now. They finally do. Two members, but the jump out comes from from Rossi, as Tolji takes down God Mode. So God Mode not having an impact so far, but he does get traded by the jump out. Enough chaos that Booze is able to help out as well onto Tokenhurst.
Yeah.
And 1 minute 20, it's a lot more frenetic this round, but this time the defenders have the man-count advantage.
There we go, Adenepa about to go in for a fair few more swings. There is a very strong presence here by Lynch as well. With the gas grenades, it is extremely difficult to fish him out, even with the fact that there's literally no more presence around the windows and the piano. So right now, this is kind of very disconnected. One-man crusade for Adenepa, and then the rest of his team to try to follow suit. Lonely might just be able to flush out Lynch's position, but already the damage has been dealt. 3v4, so much damage there, but Adenepa actually picks up a frag. Robust is gone. 3v3, 40 seconds to go. Another swing comes about, but this time no. Crossfire finally works out. Boost picks up a frag. Lynch pitches in as well. It leaves all down to Lonely to try to maybe recuperate himself, but with 30 seconds to go, there's so little to be done.
Pretty solid, little bit of a hold we can see coming out from Banno, but it has been very dicey so far. Had the swing not come out from Booze right then, we might have seen the Jackal of Adenepa get one more kill.
5 seconds remaining.
You can see Lonely, he's got a lot of experience, he's got lots of prowess and gun skill, but he doesn't have a lot of time. Red pings giving away his position. that's pretty easy for the defenders to hold on that way. Good attempt from Renatus, of course. Came down to a 1v3 clutch, however. The strongest round Banno has had so far, but even then, as I said, it was fairly shaky. The Jackal should really not have been allowed to do what he was doing on solo HP for so long. There was lots of information. You could see the yellow pings coming out, and he got 1 kill off that nearly got a second and a third. Just a little bit luck going his way, and the tables would have turned, and it would have been a 3-1 lead over here for Renatus.
Absolutely, Renatus.
Attackers need to locate
Particularly
and
looking
defuse
too
bombs.
hot on the attack. Maybe once we are going to be seeing them on the defense, maybe things will change. But at the moment, it seems like both of the rosters have definitely put in the time, namely Bano as well. Just making sure that they nail their crossfires and make sure that they keep on going for those very audacious swings, it seems. And for RTS, well, maybe quite some work cut out for them, and it may not be just as well pronounced favor for them as it was back in Season 3. So, look, with all of that said,
10 seconds left.
an expansion onto the cocktail lounge is there with the introduction of Castle. Do we think that kind of play is going to work out, or will Renatus be able to pretty much pick it apart now that Adenepa has swapped over to Yana?
Well, both Yana and the Jackal do fulfill a very similar role. They are information gatherers. It's just the fragging potential is slightly different, and quite literally because of the frag grenades that Yana brings. And I do believe she has a bronze 6 as well. So she does have a little bit more soft reach ability as well. Although the Jackal can do vertical holds with a sidearm shotgun. So really what kind of a setup you want to take down, what kind of push you want to have. And right now it seems that Renatus, they have anticipated this bomb site choice from Banno pretty well. And Yana is going to work out just fine.
Curious how will Adenepa be able to utilize the Yana clones here, because we still yet to see it drop down into the building and through the hatch. He will be the one to spearhead that push, but there's already quite a chunky damage from Lynch. I'm assuming that was an unfortunate misfire, but still, that C4 potential could be huge. Wall, or rather, window opens up, C4 flies in, no kill, but so much damage to Toji.
Now, Toji on 1 HP and Dream, you can see two members peeking, you know, shoulder to barrel of the gun. Very dangerous. But Rossi, he gets the first pick off. Adenepa off the board. That's the Yana. We're talking about the Yana so much, talking her up, but she's not had any impact whatsoever. Lost her life, and she's gone. Third floor surrendered with 1 minute left to go. Hovenhurst, he needs to get his sledgehammer out and get to work very, very quickly now.
Yeah, with a minute remaining, we might be seeing some action either erupt in a very quick fashion, or we will be also seeing a very quick, very prolonged drain of the utility. Hoven and Toji now down to quite some questionable amount of HP, whereas Rossi and Lynch are the ones to still be sitting on just about half HP mark. 45 seconds, and really those openings are not providing as much as one could have simply wanted. Rick's trying to desperately find some openings, but they don't realize that the more expanded angles could have been played. No, find some damage. Can he find it down? He does. That's robust. Out of the equation. Hoven gets down. Toji's out of the equation. The whole RTS roster is just falling apart. God Mode is just doing an absolute job here. 2v4 with both Rix and Hoven on barely any HP, and a single pre-fire could pretty much be meaning the end of the run. Rix taken down, and God Mode is the one to wrap it up. Bano looking very solid here as they claim their third point.
So very, very solid so far on the defense. They have gotten the lead for the first time so far in the series. Question is, can they make it 4-2? They've always needed 2 rounds to get a win, except for this second floor bomb site, and I have to give a lot of commendation to how well they wasted time on the third floor. They even got a pick off. They kept those attackers guessing. Hovenhurst, you could see when he really needed to get on with it and get the verticals open, he was very, very much worried of the white stairs. Renatus not really able to transfer the responsibilities of the flank watch over as effectively as possible. And that really cost them towards the end. Banno coming up with a strong win and a strong lead. Now, this is going to be a third attempt here on the first floor. And it was very close both the times. What can we see come out from both these teams over here? I do believe this might swing in the favor of Renatus. It's really like a play, counterplay, counterplay, and so on and so forth.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Look, I mean, we still will be seeing Adenep actually stick around for Iana. Last time I believe we've seen this round, or rather this site to be played out, Bano were able
5 seconds to go.
quite confidently still win it out. Off the back, though, of God Mode's play, and I believe a triple kill, if not quad. And it's, look, gonna be still, I would imagine, it's all order, given that they just lost their lead in any, that was gained in any shape or form. And look, maybe once they get onto defense, we shall be seeing some change in pace. But Bano, so far, I have to say, I am impressed by what so far they've shown. And RTS at the very least doing their due diligence, cutting off some of those rotations early on into the round.
Pretty impressive so far, definitely you have to give credit. Renatus obviously coming in as a substitute for Renatus' side, or rather he was a substitute last season, and he has replaced Litmus for this matchup at the very least. You can see Lonely swinging in this time around. Third floor not as strongly contested because it is the first floor bomb set now. Second floor also seems a little bit clear, but Renatus, they are taking their time, they are being very cautious. They will clear out third floor, then they will drone out second floor and take control of it before starting to attack and push down onto the first. The perils of this approach, though, are that you lose a lot of time, especially if you are overly cautious, and doubly so if the defenders, they decide to make a little bit of a retake happen, and they get a little cheeky pick off. Doesn't seem like it's happening from Banno's side.
Yeah, already half a round expended and not a whole lot of movement been done. Rossi did take up a little bit of damage, but so far we yet to find any frags. But I say that Hoven already taken down to just above 50 and then down to 0. Good night, says Lynch. And that is a phenomenal opening because that is Sledge out of the equation. It leaves all down to Tuji and Lonely to try to find some openings, and with the minimal amount of opening positions that have been generated by the Sledge, it is going to be difficult, albeit Adenepa may have a plan. Frag grenade in, no down, but Rossi tagged up to even further, forcing him out of the coat hanger position. Rix goes down to the hands of Lynch. That is the control over Bakery still reinstated. God Mode has the inkling about the positioning over at the brown stairs. Could shut things down in a very, very quick manner, but it's the gunfight at the garage that is erupted. He decided to push. No, God Mode just punishes it as well. Renatus all falling apart.
Bruce gets one more. It's 5 versus 1. He doesn't have any idea what to do. He gets one pick, does some damage, but he's getting pinged. He has information on him as well. 10 seconds, he gets one more, but really there's no way he gets this clutch, and Lunch finishes him off, makes mincemeat of him inside of the kitchen, and it's a 4-2 lead for Banno after it looked like Renatus might take it away. And this is a much better Banno that we are seeing as compared to last season. They've already gotten 4 rounds, which they didn't against Insane last season, and now Renatus, they have the task of overhauling this deficit and equaling it, and then going on to extend their lead on their defense. They can't really slip up.
Oh man, right now it's a bit of a rough run for RTS, gotta say. 4-2 scoreline, their attack didn't really look too hot. Now they do get, though, to start their whole streak on the defense.
Attackers need to locate
and
and
again,
bomb.
They will need to push for 2 rounds first to equalize the scoreline, and then from there on another 3 rounds to, well, hopefully for themselves to win out the map number 1. For Bano, though, look, 3 rounds in, pretty much you can call it a day on Cafe Dostoevsky is pretty much going to be the best case scenario. Curiously enough, they have decided to whip out quite an interesting lineup, didn't they, Infian?
Yeah, I do have to say this is a very saucy and spicy lineup from Banno. For their first attacking round, of course, they are certainly shaping up for a very aggressive
Bomb located by
push.
attackers.
But, you know, back in maybe even last year, we would have said, that, okay, this is a rush setup. But as we have seen over the past year, and even the top level competitions that we have had, 2 of them, 6 Invitational and Mexico Major. There's only been 2 so far. Sweden's coming up, but yeah, even in those competitions, this team that just because you're bringing Finka and a Lion doesn't mean you are going for a rush. You might just be going for something that makes you execute a lot easier rather than the whole push in itself. Finka gets the first pick off anyway. We thought it might be Rossi versus Toji, but Toji gets punished either way. God mode very low now, so 2 attackers. Breathe on them and they will die.
Absolutely. This generates some good ground for RTS to try to play off on their defense, play a little bit more passively, and not really give as much position as possible really to Bano. And maybe Godmode will try to heal it up with the boost. Still has 1 more, and the E1D comes about. We do have full control of the 2nd floor right below the site by Bano, so they could start their mayhem quite quickly and quite nicely. Pings are coming about. You can see the information flow is being there, but they can't really ping over where exactly the defenders are, and this could be a bit of an issue. Given the fact, though, this is half already round gone, so still plenty of time to go for some of the rotations. Oh, huge amount of damage. Lonely taken down. 5v3 though.
Oh, that's a good trade. Open Hurst immediately. They knew he was there or thereabouts. Rick's also dealing some damage over, but the diffuser is going down. Lunch has solid control, and this has turned out to be a very nice push. And that's exactly what I talked about. Diffuser does get planted. Lunch gets taken out by Idinapa, but Robust Arms is back on Openhurst. It's still manpower advantage for the attackers. Oh no, Robust! What are you doing?
Boy.
He misses over there. Ricks, he does manage to control the SMG-11 recall this time around. Going for the jump out. This time it's going to be tough. He's at long range. He's the only one left, whereas Rossi has taken out Adinaka. He's back inside, but he needs to get up onto the 3rd floor, get the diffuser cycle started. He has about 10 seconds. Can't even use one of them. God mode on the rappel gets the kill, and as I said earlier on, this is not a rush setup anymore. It's just a very swift and decisive execute lineup. When you want the execute to go in, when you're comfortable with a little bit of map control that you have carved out or that you can take control of, you've isolated those defenders, you have gotten your guns trained on the choke points, send in your Candelas, bring in your Finka charge, detonate the EE1D, smoke grenades, frag grenades, everything goes in all at once, and you go in with them and you get the diffuser down.
Look, yeah, this setup certainly worked quite well for Bano. They, so far, managed to ramp up quite a momentum for themselves, whereas Renatus, look, despite their previous successes in the past, can't seem to be able to find a whole lot of conclusions for themselves, which is quite unfortunate to say at the very least. Maybe they might be able to now start their recovery now that they kind of figured out or felt the overall momentum that Bano are looking to bring in on board. But Bar and Cocktail Lounge, it's going to be an interesting one purely for the fact that we've already seen it once being played out, and Bano were able to keep on playing quite well, and well, that Bano and Renatus played it out quite well previously, whilst Renatus were on the attack. So look, we'll we'll have to see what could be done, what could be sorted. But for Bano, look, it's a good day. Only 2 points away from victory.
Looking good for Banno this time around. Renatus, what can they do? They won't be attacking on the same bomb site. They will be defending the same bomb site once again. So it might turn out to be that same kind of back and forth that we saw earlier on in the first half. It started off exactly the same way. You know, we had Renatus take the first round on the attack, and then Banno on the second attempt gets the defensive win. Then Renatus goes on the other side, attacks it and wins it again, and then Banno brings it back. That back and forth, however, would leave Banno on 6-4.
5 seconds to
And that
insertion.
would need Renatus to do the same thing as Banno did, to bring 2 defensive rounds back to back without dropping any. Except the pressure will be on Renatus this time around. Banno won the first half, there was no match point staring them down.
Renatus will need to make sure to clean up their act here. The lineup that they did bring does lean into a little bit more of the formations now with the introduction of Mute and Mozzie here. Could certainly throw in a spanner in the works, but Banno also have quite a solid setup. They've swapped off a line, so we are seeing a little bit more, I suppose I could say a little bit more frag heavy lineup, but so far it's a bit of a calm before the storms. I reckon though utility game is going to be in play, or is it just going to be up to RTS to just play their frags right?
So that Finca is being stuck with, although the other operators have been taken off the board over here in this second attempt. Interesting decision from Banno to, I guess, fall off, but it's a fair decision as well, because if you try the same thing over and over again, oftentimes the defenders have adjusted and they will catch you out. They will have prepared to deal with it in some way or another. So you changing up your attack also means that the defenders have something new to contend with, something that they wouldn't exactly have been preparing for. Previously, Lunch gets the first kill, eats up Polji, and Renatus not starting this round off well again, burning the ADSs. Oh, that one's a miss, though. They're burning the ADSs over at Pixel. The frag grenade goes in, the shield's gonna get taken down. Hovenhurst in a very precarious position.
Absolutely. Who's already kicking things off with the push. Lonely is the one to open up the scoreline, though. God mode is out of the equation. That is a huge pickup here. Last time we've seen him get shut down, that was pretty much a full-on shutdown of Bano as well. Lunch trying to find his own opening, but this crossfire, this fluency of the roam so far paying dividends. Rix to keep on pushing and forcing the discomfort onto Bano as well. And 3v4, a matter of 40 seconds, things could go a little bit dicey, but the main contention point is going to be that bar, because it's such a concentrated positioning by Bano here. Seems to be coming about. Rossi is the one to try to scout out the position, does know that there's some presence in the cocktail, but he does not know about the presence in the freezer, and those Hibana charges could open up a few lines of sight, but oh no! A team kill for Lunch as well onto Robust, that is not good!
10 seconds left.
Oh, Lunch is killing
10
everything.
seconds remaining, push needs to happen. Lonely is the last man standing, but no, Rix is also there, pardon me, as he's the one to wrap it up, pardon me, Infian, but this was just an absolute roller coaster of emotions and a cluster truck of feelings.
I mean, okay, wow. Like, honestly, wow. This is really, he really turned on his head with that team kill, didn't it? I think Lunch just kind of lost his mojo for a second, lost his focus. He did get the follow-up kill right afterwards, but it was all him at the very end, and he got taken off pretty early. They had the man count advantages. They were looking pretty good on time as well. Not a bad attempt from Renatus, but each of these rounds has been very, very close, and that was no exception. That also is following the script. You know, we had the first round attacker win in the half, and then the second round defender win. Now we're going to another bomb site, which is the first floor. And if the script is followed, this should be match point for Banno. What do you think?
Yeah, look, if Bano managed to get themselves a nice solid match point right about now, that could put a huge amount of pressure onto Renatus. Not only will this mean that, well, they are on the cusp of possibly completely losing out their own momentum and being put under pressure of, well, they can't really lose next map. But, well, for Bano, this means that at the very least they can close out their own pick, because Cafe is Bano's pick and Renatus did pick Oregon. If Renatus will be able to pull a comeback here, it's a tilted for Banno, 100%.
Now, there are yellow pings coming out very early on right now. They are preparing for this jump out from Lonely. They know, I think, that he is ready and waiting. So I don't think they will be caught by surprise. The question is, will their preparedness save them nonetheless? Because Lonely has a lot of experience, and he will be able to make something happen at the very least. Some damage, very likely. Just waiting for some information instead.
Right now, Lunch might be running into a bit of trouble if he peeks just a little bit more to the right. That could have been the shot, that could have been the death. God Mode opens up the scoreline onto Adenepa. That is the Malusi out of the equation, MP5 and the C4 out of the equation. Lonely at a cusp of possibly either ending Hibana's life or pretty much feeding into the momentum that Banno so far were able to achieve. And that opening on the white stairs could be huge, given that that will also possibly cut off the possibility for a rotation for Tolji, and his position is also by itself is extremely crucial here.
Now early engagements coming in, but they're not really fighting anything so far. No one's here on the third floor anymore. They're opening up lots of angles. Actually, there is one person. Oh, and he's gonna get him. Openhurst up in the corner together with Tolji. That's a good little crossfire, and that's a good little kill from Rix as well. They have turned this man count into their advantage just as Rossi equalizes it. So Hovenhurst off the board, but we still have Tolji up on the third floor. You can see his outline moving about, and his flank could win it for Renatus over here. Lunch is outside, so really it's a 1v2 inside the building, and there we go. Just as I say it, we didn't get to see it, but Tolji from up top takes down Robust, and he's gonna stay up here on the third floor, strike some fear into the hearts of these attackers. A flank coming out from Brownstairs as well. This should be free. No, he doesn't get the kill, does some damage, and he's gonna fall off, but that's enough. 30 seconds, and they're scared on the second floor still.
Just as we started giving the momentum to Bano, is just started all falling apart. Lunch, though, does open up onto Rix. That does open the possibility for a plan. But Longley is already there. C4 is in. Can't deny the plan. It does deny the plan. 10 seconds to go. No, for Rossi. He needs to hurry on. He gets picked apart. Toji is the one to wrap it up. But Renatus, such a phenomenal play. Lonely played it down to a T with that timing.
Well, that first round, they have defended down in the first floor. That's exactly what Banno should have been doing. I know they won it once, but it was very dicey. It came down to a 1v1 clutch at the end, I do believe. You can see, look, they sent 2 members on the roam, and they weren't afraid to go on a late flank as well. They were confident enough that, look, we can hold on here on the site, because that member on the late flank, he was defaulting back to the site anyway, and he came back clutch with the C4 to deny the plant. And I don't think even had the plant gone down, it would have been very easy for the attackers to make a mark and deny the disable. So really, in that whole round, it's seeing that Renatus, even after losing that initial pick, they were in control because of their roam game. They kept that third floor control over at the minibar area, not the minibar, the cocktail area, that whole little stretch. Held the crossfire, Hovenhurst got one, got traded off with it, Tolji persisted, came back down, created some chaos, so did the Mozzie, and eventually, it was a pretty bog standard win.
5 seconds to go.
I need to reload.
gotta say, a bit of a
Attackers are moving out.
severe hiccup there by Bano, who so far managed to get themselves so close, yet they still look so far away from their dream. 5-4 scoreline is starting to eerily look like this may be just the comeback that was needed for RTS to start ramping up their own momentum here. Whereas for Bano, look, maybe they've gotten into just the wrong mentality here, but it's not over yet. As a matter of fact, quite far away from being over, and they still could return back to their form, but those few crucial rounds that should have been closed out, Bano unfortunately did not go their way. So far, a few openings here and there are being made, and look at, do we reckon RTS will be able to keep on holding on? Do we reckon that they will be able to essentially keep on tricking Bano and keep on essentially circling them around, or whether Bano will finally catch on to this momentum?
Over here, he's got one drone. He's gonna get a nice little spray, little burst onto the head of Lunch, and he's gonna get one more. Goes on the white swing. He predicts the location of that player just right, thanks to the flashbangs being held by the Wamai Magnet. Finally traded out. Robust is gonna get all his HP that he lost in the gunfight back temporarily, at the very least. But it's all okay. For the defenders, they have done really well. Tolji going to double digits with those 2 kills.
Absolutely solid play so far. Tolji just doing his best, pushing his team to the victory. If that sledge just walks into the sights of Riggs, that could be absolutely huge. Either him or Adenapa, and right now Robust is looking a little bit clueless about where to play. Doesn't spot, finally does spot, makes it the play. 3v3 minutes to go, still some time to play around, but for the defense they could throw in a whole lot more spanners in the work. Hoven, his position is going to be absolutely crucial, and he can find though another frag. That frag grenade comes in. Just no death at all, and manages to bail out straight away, but Adenapa is still about.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Adenapa.
One more for Adenapa.
Robust gone. Rix is there as well from below. Renatus equalizes the scoreline, and Bano look absolutely, positively clueless.
Excellently done, and we have a pause being called by Banno, where on one hand they could have been 6-3 up. They now find themselves 5-5 with the momentum fully behind Renatus. They have won 3 rounds in a row since they've gotten on the defense, and they're looking very, very solid indeed. I don't know if Banno have it in them to try and deny the way that Renatus is playing. They're playing a very free-flowing roam game. They're not afraid, as I said, of making those late flanks. We saw that again in the previous round. Hovenhurst coming up top. What a brazen kill onto the Finka, and then he's stuck there until the frag grenade forced him out. And at that point, it was just too late for the attackers to do anything because they lost one more.
Yeah, that continuous pressure so far seems to be kind of the bane of, well, Banno's existence here. And generally not a whole lot of solutions are being kind of presented to the, what currently is the attacking squad. So with a 5-5 scoreline and attack pause being called over, Banno need to make sure that they get their mental sorted, because right now it's just a tilter after tilter, and it feels like just the series of very much unfortunate events. And look, on the side of Renatus though, they just exploiting those mistakes that are being committed by Banno through and through, and now we finally see that Renatus that was kind of initially, I suppose, promised to us with all of the cheeky plays.
Now you can see the Finka is being swapped out finally. We have the Nomad coming in from Godmoon. Godmoon has been fragging really depending on whatever operator he's been given or he's choosing. But I have to point out that out of these 12 kills, almost half, 5 of them, they came in the first 2 rounds. And then in round 3 and 4, he had basically no impact. So you can see that he goes big in a couple of rounds here and there, but then he is easily shut down as well. It's a very high risk, high reward play style that he plays, and it's just not consistent enough right now. It can be consistent. I'm not saying, you know, it's a poison chalice, whatever the case, but there are ways to offset the risk while keeping that reward component high. And right now he doesn't have that.
It seems like majority of it, it's a question really, and the task for both sides. Both of them were able to demonstrate us some phenomenal plays, good decision making on a few rounds, and some rounds where it just, well, didn't particularly go as much the way that they probably would have wanted. So, in saying that, Renatus, at the very least, were able to get slowly into the heads of their opponents, start making those moves, and with a 5-5 scoreline, this is much more doable for them. They could still run away and steal away the opportunity for the first map to be Banno's, and if that is the case, going into their own map pick, oh, it's going to be quite a tall order for Banno to keep on coping with all of these compounding losses.
Upside down repel again for God Mode. He's loving these upside down repels, be it on whichever window, although often in this attacking half. He's been on the south balcony, or here on the west balcony. Right now, not quite, sorry, the east balcony. This time he's on the west balcony, and Tolji is in a very, very scary spot, both for the attackers and for himself. He's going to back away a little bit, try to deny some drone game. But this position, unless it's droned out sufficiently, and it is, and the drone gets away. So that's a good little drone work, gets destroyed, but that's two pieces of critical information that they now have. They know that the Jaeger's inside a bathroom, probably playing around Pixel as well. They're gonna try flash him out, burn those ADSs, but the C4 comes in! Lonely predicts it at the correct timing, and he's trying to go for one more.
Absolutely huge play there. For Bano, this is quite a critical loss. Losing out your only heart breacher is going to be absolutely devastating. Lonely already shown us some few very huge highlight plays. If he swings here, he could find the frag onto Robust, and that is another soft breacher gone. Does land the shot, gets himself a little bit tied up, but that's okay. Still plenty of HP for the next gunfight, and right now, Bano, they're able to find their own frags here, as a matter of fact. Pardon me, 2v3 as a matter of fact. Lonely picks up his own frag here, another one. 30 seconds to go. That's diffuser down as well. He has a clear side and pings it away, does recognize that it's there. And Bano, 2v3 situation, 20 seconds to go. They're very desperate. They need to go for the full send. They need to pick it up. There's the pickup, there's the ping. So much damage being dealt, but Lonely doesn't get the frag.
10 seconds left.
That's a good little cover from Tolji based on the information. Didn't leave it all up to Lonely below. Tolji and him working together really well, and of course, you know, the Mozzie coming up at the very end. Why not? That's an excellent little demonstration of how well a team that has won the Operation League last season, how well they can work together. Excellently played, and Renatus, they fight off Banno's tactical timeout, and they're now on match point, having recovered from 5-2.
Almost amazing to see just 5-2 that's now turned into a 5-6 in favor of Renatus. Certainly introduces a few question marks really here about Banno's performance. They've got so close yet so far away, unable to even find themselves a match point to secure at the very least of overtime. And look, if Renatus win out this very round on defense nonetheless, could be a huge upset, especially as the beginner of this best of 3 series. So it's at 26 seconds before we get back into what arguably could be the final round of Cafe. Do you reckon, Infian, that Banno could pull a comeback here, or we going full tilt here?
I don't think Banno's recovering from this. It's a lot better of a showing than it was last season, for sure. They have picked this map, they have clearly practiced this map, but they aren't quite good enough on the attack in this map. It's plain to see they came out with a 4-2 first half. They took a 5-2 lead in the initial phase of their attacking half. It looked good, but you can see that Renatus was just kind of warming up and kind of figuring out their own defenses. Yeah, just built different right now. You come at the champions, you best not miss.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, at the very least, it's all showing Bano certainly not shying away from some more audacious plays previously, now looking to maybe finally put an end to the reign of Renatus here so far. Funnily enough, not a whole lot of presence around top floor. There is a wild Toji who has been just ripping it up on the server and already being forced to fall back. Lonely is there as well with the pests. That coordination between the two of them on the roam, as well as that whilst they're retreating to deny the drones, is absolutely positively amazing. Adenepa as well around the red stairs. Could have found the frag, but that was not the case, and Bano at the very least were able to take quite a passive, in a very passive manner, a control of top floor.
1 minute and 35 seconds left in this round. The first engagement comes in. Rossi takes down Toji. Big kill. The frag leader alongside Rix and Lonely. And it really is unsurprising that this trio has gotten 33 kills, each of them on the 11 so far. I mean, obviously, right? Like, these three guys played in the Pro League last time. Oh, what a drone this is from Lonely. That's so much information being given away, and his teammates are watching it. And he's gonna go for the swing. He doesn't miss. Aims for the head and gets it. The drone is destroyed now, but he got what he came for.
But the push right now on the red stairs is slowly ramping up. God mode trying to find some form of leverage on the red stairs. Won't really be able to find any initial momentum, as Robust and the rest of the team are trying their best to open up some sight lines, some angles into the site, but Renatus are not really presenting a whole lot. The hatch has been opened up. If they go for a drop in, that could be a nasty surprise waiting for them as well, as the majority of RTS are currently offside. 25 seconds to go. The push needs to happen right about now. The gas grenades are starting to come about as well. Some inkling of the presence is there. God mode opens up going to Hoven as well. But 15 seconds remaining. Gas grenades are there. Though the boost is going to be an issue. Rix picks up a double, but it gets traded out by Woos, but the damage already being dealt. Lonely picks up his own frag, and it's all down to Robust. He can't find a frag 1v1. No time whatsoever. RTS win the map number 1.
Yeah, that's right. No RTX graphics cards for them in this map at the very least. They were 5-2 up. They lose 5 in a row instead. 7-5 victory on the first map. Banno's pick. And we will now head to Oregon with God mode with a valiant effort. 14 kills, but matched and surpassed by the trio of Lonely, Rix, and Toji. They had, at the end of it, 37 kills between the three of them. Really incredible performances. Strong team performance from Renatus. They were not afraid, even when they were down 5-2. And you could see there was a clear-cut difference, a step above in the way they defended versus the way Banno defended. Banno used a lot of the nature of the map of Cafe, being a big map, taking time to clear out. But they didn't really maximize it, you know? They didn't go on wide-ranging roams. And even though they finished with a 4-2 defensive half, some of those rounds were so close, the ones that they lost, that it could have been 6-0 in their favor. And maybe it would have been a better matchup for them in that case. Maybe we would have gone to overtime. But I do believe we have some highlights ready. We're going to show you what exactly went down. Sorry, Cthulhu?
Yeah, no, go right ahead. Look, at this point, pretty much map 1 is over. There's not much really to be talked about apart from that comeback from Renatus was absolutely vile.
Yeah, absolutely impressive. And we are going to leave you with the highlights to refresh your memory from those early rounds. This was a lot longer of a map than those 7-0s that you saw before. So we'll take a little bit break. We'll give the players a little bit of a break, and we'll be right back with map number 2, Oregon.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kind of hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime. My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kind of hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why do these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Excuse me, Mike was just pretty much dead. But look, I'll quickly recap. Renatus coming off a huge comeback on Cafe Dostoevsky, making it a 7-5 victory for themselves. Going into map number 2, Infian, do we think that Renatus might be able to continue their own run here and pull it off in 2 maps, or do we think that Bano may just be able to come back on Renatus' map pick?
I think it's a little bit tough. You know, Banno, these guys are a good team, and they have been making strides from what we saw them in the qualifiers in Season 3 and then eventually in the main event for Season 3. And then now coming into Season 4, there's clear progress to be seen. I mean, last season in their 2 maps against Insane, now Renatus, they only got 5 rounds combined. Here on Cafe, on their map pick, although it's on their map pick, they got 5 rounds in that one map itself. I do believe they can give a good challenge on Oregon, but winning it, I don't think that is on the cards. I might even say it's a 7-4 in favor of Renatus. It's Renatus' map pick over here, and they're starting off on the attack once more, which is what they did on Cafe as well. They are comfortable conceding some rounds on the favored defense to Banno, and then when they go back to the defense themselves on the second half, they are more than capable of making the comeback happen.
Absolutely. Now looking at some of these bans, Renatus coming in quite prepared, banning out Lion, who could be used as quite a huge tool for some of the swing, some of the momentum play. In saying that, though, curious what will be the defensive bans here. Well, Mira is out of the equation. I'm assuming that the last one is going to be Valkyrie, purely for the fact how impactful she can be on a map like Oregon. And in saying that, well, yeah, Banno kicking things off on defense could make things a bit more spicy, to say the very least, given that the Cafe defense for them looked quite nice and solid. But Renatus, yeah, look, I think they finally warmed up, so in saying that, I would still expect something across the lines of a 3-3 scoreline, personally.
Well, 3-3 as a first half would be really not unexpected. We could have seen that Cafe first half actually go 4-2 in favor of Renatus even. Some close rounds coming in from both ends. Could have been a 6-0 for Banno as well. So, you know, there's not really a clear-cut team who's better when it comes to Banno's defenses versus Renatus' attacks. But on the flip side, when Renatus defends and Banno attacks, there is a clear difference. And initially, we're going to see a 6-pick from the Echo over to the Goyo, and that's an interesting one for me over here from Banno. They are defending second floor, And Echo is very, very useful
protect your
indeed.
bombs from
But
being defused by
on this
attackers.
side, I think you would agree with me completely that Goyo is better.
Goyo, yeah, just feels a little bit more up for the situation of the top floor. His shields could certainly provide a whole lot more ground to defend and then to fall back from, and using those Goyo shields as essentially explosives with some napalm as well. Should be working much better. I would have imagined that the introduction of Echo could have worked out here in tandem with, say, Goyo and using the Echo drones as, like,
10
say,
seconds to
extra
go.
kind of valve cameras to a certain degree would have worked a little bit better. But out of all this lineup, I don't know who I would rather replace
Attackers'
if
objective
Echo
is to
would
locate
have
a
been
bomb
needed
and
for
defuse
this
it.
defense of Bano. So overall, this is looking like a very well organized one. On the side of Renatus, though, plentiful amount of utility and plentiful amount of grenades as well. 4, as a matter of fact, between Hoven and Adenepa. And that could mean, well, actually, pardon me, sorry, Rix as well, bringing in some nades for himself. So 3 sets of nade, that is a plentiful amount of damage that could be dealt here. And Bano need to make sure that, well, Vuz keeps his magnets nice and carefully here.
Now let's see what goes down over here. In this first round, with this Nook pick coming out, of course. We didn't really talk about it that much, but now we can. The Nook looking to make a push down, push up the armory stairs. Right now, looking down toward main stairs, trying to hold off any flank. She won't be caught on cameras, so she can push up all the way up without destroying the camera. Very, very effectively indeed. And you have a triple push of sorts coming in. Told you he's trying to get the wall open inside of bedroom. And we have 2 members, one on the upside down rappel, peeking over here on the big window. A frag grenade's gonna get sent out. Is it gonna connect the player? Yes, it is! Rossi, he goes down. That's good little frag grenade. And Hovenhurst using the frag grenades on Nook to full effect, and Nook really even on a worst of days isn't a bad pick. Adenepa gets one more,
Bomb has been
and
located.
it's looking bad for Banno on the first round itself.
There's still a room downstairs that could dish out quite some punishment if gone unnoticed. Lonely already took quite some damage, and beelining, that is God mode, trying to find a flank, but already fully expected. God mode falls, Vuz, Lunch falls. Robust as the last man standing, no chance whatsoever. Renatus looking so good on their begin for the attack, and maybe it's Bano's misplays, or maybe just Renatus built differently.
Well, Renatus, as you said, they might have just warmed up. They might just be ready to take on whatever Banno throws at them. And this, as we have said a couple of times already, this is not Banno's Mac pick. So even the defenses, which look pretty okay on Cafe, even if there were lots of errors that they made that Renatus showed could have been made better, I don't think Banno in this case, they have practiced against the playstyle of Renatus specifically as much as they would have hoped. They have something in mind. You can see with the 6 pick earlier on that they made from the Echo to the Goyo. They had a decent setup, but they just weren't expecting such information coming out for Renatus. And Renatus, they're punishing Banno. They did it on Cafe and they're doing it now as well. The moment they get any info, they're very quick to act on it. And they're very precise with whatever they are using, whether it's frag grenades, flashbangs, or just the guns itself.
Though that said, seemingly the very same setup that Bano are bringing out. I'm assuming there's going to be a just change in the timing of where players will position themselves, but if that won't really be changed, Renatus, if they pull off the very same play, they might just be able to yoink away yet another round and could keep on punishing Bano for just really any kind of similar mistakes. Maverick being kind of left kind of for just free roam really is a huge misplay in my opinion that Bano should have really seen and should have prevented in any shape or form. But in saying that, most of the players still need to make sure that they are fragging out the Yana Hologram comes about. Hoven could do some damage, but it's Toji instead that finds a frag and Vooz as well. Takes up a huge chunk of damage.
It's really good teamwork. Toji was very confident in taking that gunfight, and they isolated that Jaeger player so well. Rossi second run in a row, he's off the board without any impact whatsoever. Perhaps we need to think about, either more reinforcements, more utility, or he needs to play a little bit more passive instead. Not worked out so far. They have Shield to contend with at the base of Attic, really, all the way down. But they have bringing in Ashe, that we don't see anymore in these days. In Stage 3, we barely saw any Ashe across the entire world. I think her pick rate dropped almost 87% from where it was before her nerfs.
Yeah, Ashe definitely took a bit of a step back, but her utility is still invaluable. Really here, Frag Grenade comes about, but already Lunch falls back. The better of Rick. C4 in. No, a little bit of a misplay there. Lunch could still take out quite a fair few. Robust with another C4. MTS looked so good on their first round, but the moment Ace and Maverick were lost to the cause, a few definite moments that should have been sorted out early on by RTS. They are trying their best to find maybe an opening or two, but with the fact that Hoven finally now finds an opening for himself, this does open a window of opportunity, but with 49 seconds to go, push needs to happen sometime soon, and a very coordinated one, might I add.
Attackers
See
recover
God
the
mode
diffuser.
very eager to get his first kill over in this round. He was really strongest performer actually, with 14 kills on Cafe. Lunch should get one of these though. No, he doesn't. He can't control the recoil well enough on a Juniper, and he swing onto the 90 angle. God mode gets his first though. 2 versus 2, 15 second. The ball comes in, but God mode's right there to receive.
10 seconds left.
I'll just build differently right now. Swing 1. Can this be a swing 2? No, Hoven decides to actually switch over instead of pursuing a frag. No, could this be the bad idea? Tries to plant behind the table. No, flanked about and shut down. No chance whatsoever. Okay, Bano off the back of a 1v1 managed to claw their way back to a draw, but a very early scoreline at the beginning of Oregon.
Well, yeah, that was a bad decision from the Nook at the very end. Hovenhurst, he turned when there were like 5 seconds on the clock to try and retrieve the diffuser. That was like 1 second at least burnt to get to the diffuser, another second to move over and get the diffuse started, and then, more than enough time for the defender to come back up. God mode, very experienced at this level, and very strong. Very nice triple kill for him over there, and keeping Banno in it, at least on their defensive half. Good round from him specifically. Banno a little bit better as well. But still, lots of improvement to be done. Did not control the way that Renatus was taking it. Makes me a little scared for Banno.
At the very least, Renatus were able to keep on applying pressure and keep all of those rounds as close as possible for Bano, even whenever they do take those wins for themselves. But now we are gonna be going to the laundry supply room, the site that usually favors quite a heavy turtle setup for the defense of pretty much any team. But this time, some reinforcement of both. Actually, pardon me, just a singular ballistic shield and a Syria gate to be brought out. Rossi looking to try to maybe support Vooz around in his crusade, in his play, however you want to call it. For RTS, look, they want to make sure that they are covering their ground. They're locking out as much of that room as possible, and that first target should be the Goyo of Lunch, who is playing around the freezer stairs. First gunfight could erupt in a mere seconds. Comes about. Hoven already activates the Hell device, but already the Goyo is gone. That's the control of the top of the stairs and freezing. All done and dust.
Camera gets taken now. This is a nice little angle that the defender is holding. We cut away. Just at the wrong moment, I think. Might be an engagement coming soon. Lonely, on the other hand, he's pushing from the rear. So once again, Renatus is very comfortable and very happy
bomb
to
has
do
been located.
split pushes. You can see one is going to pressure, really two are going to pressure from the back, one is coming down Freezer stair, and then we might even have one who will come down the main stairs, and that might be Hovenhurst. You can see God Mode gives away his position, but Booze is right there behind him to back him up, so not too bad of an idea to pre-fire and try and get a kill.
I'm saying that. Rossi just tried to get into his own gunfight here, but all he got was a heavy amount of damage onto himself. This position of Jaeger, and that Jaeger will be giving away the play of the game. There is one close by. I told you he knows about that. The swing can come close, but no cigar. Instead, it's God Mode. Just keep on fiending it out on the server. It's the better of Lonely. That's the presence only. And the tower stairs all done and dusted, and that means that, well, a whole lot more issues are going to be now present for Renatus. They lost that entry. They lost that momentum. If they can apply pressure though on the freezer stairs, that could be huge. But again, this is a very heavily shown off approach that RTS so far taken, and it's been so far relatively easy to read into that play as well by Banno.
Good position still being held by Banno. They have the man card advantage as well. And Hovenhurst, he's joined in with this freezer push. It's not going to be a main stairs push from him. That's a good grenade, though. He's been landing those really well over here on Oregon. Told you gets one more man-cut advantage in favor of the attackers now. One more. They spot him over on pillars. Hovenhurst trying to get loose. Riggs gets one more. Another. It's all fallen to pieces. Booze with 0 kills so far. Don't think he's going to get any. Can't deny the plant. The swing is going to come in.
Oh, not at all.
Still there. And that is Renatus taking an attacking round. Once again, this is looking very similar to how it panned out on Cafe.
Yeah, but you say it like that. RTS so far, they keep on applying so much more pressure comparative to Cafe. This feels eerily almost like RTS now finally learned their mistakes, at least to a partial degree, from Cafe, and now managed in a matter of just a few minutes fix it up at the very least on the communications end. So far it looked pretty solid. Good rotation, gotta say as well. But for Banno, look, I'm not even too sure what needs to be done for them to make a turnaround here, because they look very bleak, even on the round that they did manage to win, which still ended up being a 1v1.
Now, once again, Banno are going to go down to the bomb site that they just lost, which is exactly what they're doing on Cafe as well. Eventually, they broke the streak after winning on the primary and secondary bomb site. They had a 4-2 defensive half there. Now they have to win 3 rounds in a row to even have a hope of making that 4-2 happen. And if Cafe is any indication, even that 4-2 is not enough against a team of Renatus' caliber. So this is a tough position for them right now. They might not be feeling very comfortable knowing what happened on their own map pick and now playing on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation really for them to keep up that mental fortitude. It's going to be difficult even now. You look at some of the positionings even after the action phase began, they're still doing just those final setups. You gotta pay respect. Hoven did do so far a phenomenal job playing on Milk, being that issue, being that nonsense really for Banno to deal with, and honestly just finding those like odd picks here and there and just keeping Banno on their toes. Has done a phenomenal job. Even now, look, I mean, cameras have not spotted him yet. Hell device is just about to get recharged, and he already has the angle from Freezer into the side, and nobody out of Banno knows exactly what to do. With Adenepa spearheading the push on the other hand, look, this could be overturned very, very quickly without any kind of effort.
Now, we're seeing from the hatch You can see the attempt of opening the wall is thwarted. The player is still inside of Freezer. I'm surprised Hovenhurst hasn't pushed down Freezer stairs. You can see that he wants to with the outline, but he hasn't pushed down just yet. The frag grenade hasn't gone out just yet, and therefore that player is going to persist for a while longer. A little bit of a waste on those X-Kairos pellets. Vooz still here with Rossi, trying to hold off a double push from the bunker door as well as the back stairs.
Yeah, this play right now could be huge. With still a minute and 10 seconds to go, RTS have plenty of ground to really play around. There's still some presence in the freezer as well, and Hoven needs to coordinate his push quite well because the swing comes about. No, Hoven, he cannot win his gunfight. No, Lunch completely takes the win here, and that's Freezer now fully overtaken. No chance to drop down. Rossi picks up his own kill onto Lonely. This is all falling apart. Another Vector strikes back. No, won't be able to find a second frag, but already time has been wasted, potential has been wasted, and as on top of that, no more throwable utility from RTS.
Okay, please explain to me how Lunch lost that, because I thought for sure he had it, and I thought this round was definitely over. God mode, he's stuck behind bomb chassis right now. He needs help from his team. He's not gonna get it. Briggs and Edinapa, they get one kill each. Rossi, he does help out, and Vooz needs to come back around very, very quickly. He gets taken out, still can't find a kill, and Edinapa, he finishes it off. Renatus, oh, they have snatched this out of nowhere, and it really hinged upon that Freezer engagement. As long as they would have kept that Freezer control, no chance that God mode dies, no chance that the push down main stairs is successful.
That is
Come on.
definitely, yeah. Look, that was definitely a interesting turnout, to say at the very least. It seems like for Renatus, it does not matter whether it was whether they had any throwable utility or not. It's just it was there. That's a dub, just like the rock music that we have in the background. It was just the show just went on for them, and the Renatus didn't really care. Look, throwing utilities, throwing utility, yeah, who cares? Just go click heads, and well, click heads they did.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe Rules needs a different role, a different operator, something to change it up. They're gonna try this bomb site for the third time in a row. If they're unsuccessful, they are staring at a best case, if they're unsuccessful, at a 4-2 defensive half, not in their favor.
And that's a scary prospect given how dominant Renatus were on the defense, and with them pulling off that kind of showcase on the offense already speaks quite a large volume as well. And Banno, look, they just look completely defeated, trying their best to keep holding off some few attempts here and there popping up. God mode and Lunch trying their best, but honestly to no avail.
Activating presence reduction.
RTS meanwhile just look, Hoven and Co just pulling such a huge play between Hoven, Rix, and Adanapa. That trio is absolutely positively deadly. And right now, about to spot another position already. That could be huge. Lunch is in danger. Look at this collapse. 3-man collapse as well. That is huge.
You see, the thing that really dulled Renatus' attacks on Cafe was how big Cafe is. And it's a 3-floor map as well. So is Oregon, but Oregon's a lot more compact. It's a lot easier to drone. It's a lot easier to take control of, and then after taking control, freeze those defenders from rotating up, from going for late flank. So whenever Renatus is making the push happen, their clear is super quick. By 1 minute 30, as you can see right now, they're already knocking on the door of the site. Use the utility to burn stuff that is defending the site instead of power positions off site. That's really good. But yeah, and look at that. Rossi, he's being forced. He's being pressured into going for aggressive pushes because he knows now RTS really wants to make something happen. But God mode, he's saying something about that. One more kill, and 6 more X-Kairos pellets gone.
Godmo
Attackers
just
dropped the diffuser.
doing his absolute darn best to try to just keep up that pressure, keep up just thrashing and trying to just knock Renatus off their feet and knock off that momentum. That attempt by Rossi as well, very courageous to try to just find some more room for his team. But the moment this push is going to commence onto the main laundry, this could be absolutely dangerous right now. Rick's already blinded. He has some idea about some positioning, and Godmo can shut him down in a matter of just a few seconds. Sees the knee. No, can't land the shots. Rick's to go down. Double for Godmo. Jeez Louise.
Rossi over
nail biter
here.
here.
Yeah, over here he should have swung, but that's a great frag grenade. Godmo does get his third at the same time, though there's a shotgun waiting from the Hibana rushing around the corner. And finally, Banno, not time lucky.
Bano finally do find their closure to the round. This time much more convincing. Doing an absolute solid job overall, and look, this is exactly what they needed. Slow down that momentum, slow down that push, and pick them one by one. Partially this was on Renatus for trying to make kind of solo plays on solo plays, but at the very least that should be the kind of the teaching point for them right now. Buck, Maverick, Hibana, Zofia, and Iana, do we think that is going to be the kind of the solution formula for Renatus to take up on Bano's top 4 defense?
By attackers.
Now, the successful ones on this defense after first failure. Renatus, though, they've really done their job so far. They have taken 3 rounds on the attack very comfortably, the ones that they have won, and even the ones that they have lost, they weren't too far off, except for that final one that we just saw. A dominant lockout from Banno. Once again, that freezer position, so powerful over there, and this time Godmo wasn't stuck behind the bomb chassis, he was inside of the freezer hallway itself. Won the fights out, got a triple kill for himself, and that kept him alive, that kept his team alive in this matchup, but they're still very much in trouble. 3-3, they might go on the defensive half, but this is RTS's map pick, and this is going to be, after this round, RTS's defense.
I'll grab us some intel. Think of the magnet as a lucky shot.
Man, Renatus so far just trying to do their best here with some of the pushes. Adinepa once again trying to clear out the position. This time Banno has learned their mistakes no more. They are going to be trying to play around the trophy area, and this time there's a much more withdrawn play, much more of a kind of a turtle-like hold from them. Rix is trying to open up in a much more safer condition, but there is an extra presence in the attic which could cause a problem at a later date. But apart from that, really, it's a calm before the storms. 2 minutes to go. Is the setup, though, on defense of Bano is enough to make it a 3-3 scoreline?
See how quick the utility dumping is from Renatus, and it always is followed up by some action. In this case, it's the detonating of the Goyo shield using those Zofia lifelines. So excellently played. They're very well coordinated. They call for, utility clear, and it's there. Toji's there sending out his flashbangs. They call for the shield to be taken down. It's done. It's off the board within 10 seconds. They haven't dealt with Banno just yet. There are rumors, to be specific. You can see 2 of them still here on the first floor. They get 1 drone as well. 3 of them now on the first floor, I believe. They're all setting up for the C4. 1 pushing in the kitchen, losing his life is Rovas. And Adinepa, he powers on, lunch goes down, so now it is Rossi, and God mode boost gets taken out. Rossi off the board too. It's turned into a 5v1, and I can't even hand it off to Cthulhu.
Yeah, look, an absolute bloodbath that so far erupted by RTS. They managed to just take full control well and truly by themselves, and that clear out of the roam has been huge. But Toji, hungry for that frag at the end of the round, able to make it a flawless round to close off the half 4-2 in favor of Renatus, which is a complete 180 from the performance that we've seen them perform on the offense back at Cafe Dostoevsky, which certainly is already speaking quite a length here. And for Bano, look, it's now even taller road now, taller order. They need to pull a comeback here if they want to keep themselves running, because otherwise Renatus are only 3 rounds away from victory.
Now, tough situation for Banno to be in. I did talk about this earlier on when they went to the basement for a 3rd time running. That 4-2 half is pretty much a disaster class. Short of a 5-1 or 6-0, you know, you really can't get worse. RTS has picked this map. RTS is on the defense. They're going to go to the 2nd floor, and they're bringing the Capcan as well. So they are counting on one of 2 things, at least, if not both of them combined, being that Banno are not going to be checking the door frames very closely, or they are not going to be able to make the final site execute in time, which means that even if RTS hemorrhages members off site, the site holders, you know, the anchor position, will still be able to win it out, even if they are in a man contest.
Locate and defuse a bomb.
That said, we already do have the beginning of round number 7. RTS with a 2-round lead for themselves. Trying to keep up with the show. Interestingly enough, very similar lineup from Bano, minus the fact that God Mode is back on his what feels now like a comfort pick of Finka, which so far proven to be relatively workable, albeit this is a much quieter game for him comparative to Cafe, and so can be said for the remainder of Bano's squad. Vu's unfortunately still sitting on a bit of a donut, but look, maybe the offense is going to be a complete different turnaround. Lonely already tags up robots to all hell, and same goes for Vu's. It is not looking pretty, and that beginning to a round not instilling a whole lot of promise really for us. Solji finding a frag onto Vu's, but guys at the very least finally get traded out by lunch, but already the damage has been dealt in full.
Now, Rossi is having a good game so far, but it's not good enough. He's still in negative figures. You could see that he's been having impact with the utility, but not quite with the kills. God Mode's been carrying in that department boost. He's gone 6 rounds, make it 7 in this one actually, without finding a kill. And as I said, Renatus, they are kind of okay right now, losing members off-site, although losing the C4s across the Capcan and the mute isn't a good idea.
There is Hoven in the room here. Could introduce a bit of an upset here. Frag grenade starting to fly in already. Adenepa holding his position very steadily, but then decides to overswing. Gets punished instantaneously. Launch is there. God Mode about to go in for the push onto the white stairs. It's all down to Rix and Hoven. Hoven shown some promise there, but gets only himself down after a single frag. It's all down to Rix to try to clutch it out. We've already seen one clutch from IG, but this is not IG. RTS failed to clutch it out. First round of attack goes into the hands of Bano, making it a 1-round differential.
Good start for Banno over here. Very important start. You know, RTS rocked a little bit. You know, they couldn't really bring out all of their plans. They lost some members. They were in the man count deficit when the final execute came in. Couldn't hang on, couldn't clutch us out. It wasn't a bad idea from the defense, but once again, Oregon not quite lending itself to the same kind of free-flowing roam game that they displayed over on Cafe. That's where they really made the difference happen. But that difference really was apparent after they lost 1 round on the
Attackers need to locate and
defense.
defuse
So
the
that's the
bomb.
same thing that's happened, except this time they're still in the lead. Previously, they made 5 rounds in a row from 5-2 down. Now they're still 4-3 up. You might have gotten a sense of how Banno likes to play. but they don't really care. They're gonna go down into the basement and try to win things on their own terms.
Yeah, look, this has been a bit of a peculiar matchup, to say the very least. Renatus looked so dominant going into the first half. Their attack was, for the majority of it, pretty well executed. Once it came down to the defense, though, at least in the first round, they looked a little bit shaky. Couldn't really point a finger where they needed to be, and well, got picked apart very, very quickly. And Banno, all they needed to do is just wait for that aggression to come to them, rather, whilst even being on offense. So possibly they might have found finally the formula on how to counter RTS here right now. And entry already into the dining, well, just construction site and onto the dining hall is there, lonely tagged up so quickly and without any kind of repercussions. Bano kicking things off quite well overall.
Now, Ovenhurst, he's got a very nice little angle over here. Goes a little bit early on the pre-fire though. He knows that there's two on the windows. Rossi has pushed up very close instead. And he's gonna lose? What?
Okay.
Oh, what? No way. I thought Rossi had it on the swing. He was well aware of Ovenhurst's position. And the swing comes in wide. Robust and Foos both get killed. First kill for Foos. Have a celebration about that, why don't you? And they are in the man-cut advantage as well. Once again.
Yeah, RTS just misplay after misplay, getting just absolutely destroyed. But no, okay, Adenepa does pitch in, get the better of God mode. That's a huge opener, but in saying that, he did lose majority of his HP. Does leave it down for the majority of it to Rickson. Told you to take some of the more audacious gunfights, but still half a round to go and plenty of time for Banno to reconsider where they want to go in for the push. That also opens up the possibility for RTS to reinforce their positions and try to play around and switch things about, which is a solid idea. Funnily enough, Adenepa even decides to take away the EDS device, so plenty of time. But in saying that, questionable how will Banno be able to make their play here, given that there's already quite some presence in the meeting hall.
Rick still has 2 smoke canisters left in his pocket. It's a 3 versus 3. Adenepa is pretty low. Robust can take a little bit of electrical damage, but not too much to hurt him properly. Lunch is still aware of any potential late flank that Renatus likes to do, and I'm surprised that Renatus hasn't tried one just yet. There is no Nomad on the side of Banno. They've not really been bringing anything, not even Claymores that I've seen placed down. So I'm surprised that there are no flanks coming in. Vooz is gonna get his second! A double kill in the round. Why not? Adenepa, the man who's making it happen, off the board. 15 seconds left to go. Vooz is gonna push down the main hallway. Lunch is gonna start getting the plant down. Triple kill for Vooz. If there ever was a time to wake up, it was now. And he gets 4 trades, but that's his 4th. 4 in 1 round. Why don't you? And we have a tied game.
I'm not too sure what is happening with RTS here, Infian. Just they looked so good on the attack, but once it came down to defense, maybe they haven't switched off the attacking mode. Their attempt at swings just have been, pardon me, but atrocious. Too much of the confidence, and they're getting shut down left, right, and center. Banno looking to repeat just a 180 result of Cafe, with them now starting to pull their own comeback.
Yeah, this is looking like it's gonna be 5 rounds in a row for Banno, maybe. I mean, just looking fantastic. They have looked a lot more confident on their attack. The way that Renatus is roaming, you can see that they're trying to bring the same playstyle over from Cafe. Some free-flowing, some aggressive, and a little bit of power positions, but they're abandoning a lot of those positions a lot faster. They're not roaming together with each other as effectively as they did on Cafe. You can see earlier on in the previous round, Lonely, he went all the way into dining and he was alone. He had no support, he lost a bit of HP, and that control was given up almost immediately. Their playstyle isn't, a playstyle that will never work. but they're not committing enough resources to it against the way that Banno is clearing, which is very conservative. They're planting 3 members to take control of 1 window, for example.
Absolutely. Well, Renatus get yet another chance here. Whilst they're still on the defense, or rather, sorry, on a draw. Could overturn here, shut down Banno's momentum, but Banno are seeming to be feeling pretty hot themselves right now. This has just been so far an absolutely clinical performance from them, and no shape or form really like Banno are looking to stop anytime soon. Oregon were usually considered to be more of a defender-sided map, at least within ANZ region. In SEA, it still feels very dominant for the attack, but I say that Adenapa opens up a very solid scoreline onto God mode nonetheless.
Adenapa looks really, really good, and Rossi, I think he just barely survives the C4. Oh, goodness gracious me, 1 HP left. Don't get close to that. Breaching charge might kill yourself if you get too near to the explosive radius. So far, Banno not looking too great on this round, but then again, you know, if Roos can pull out another 4K after getting no kills in the first 7 rounds, why not?
Why not is probably going to be the big question here. Lonely, after being yet again tagged up quite severely, tries to play a little bit more passively. Told you upstairs, we're just hoping that he won't be drawn down, he won't be scouted out, because this is going to be a huge, very crucial position for him to play around, and Robust being forced out of that position, and Adenapa as well, just on the stairs. Told you finally opens up. That Rossi gone. Sophia now no more. Robust forced out of his position. Lonely, if he can play his cards right here, could be the big upset material.
Just pushing down main stairs. He's gonna give away that the push is coming from the front. The Aruni gate is dealt with as well. White swing! Oh, it could have been so successful, but they forget about the man behind the bomb chassis. Ovenhurst gets a free double kill, pulls out the revolver, but it's Lonely who caps off a flawless round, and I do believe it's the first flawless round all series long. And Renatus, they finally win a defensive round and finally take back the lead, and it all came down to that double kill from Ovenhurst. At the end, that execute could have well gone in the favor of Banno. A little bit of a timing favoring them had it been the case.
We could finally have the response of Renatus after 2 borderline humiliating rounds that they've lost.
Yeah.
Finally decided to play their cards here. They finally decided to play a little bit more of a passive play. They've read into finally, well, it's not even less of them reading into it. It's more so now being literally just shoved in their face, saying, hey, Banno are playing aggressively. You should dial it down. And dial it down they did. They played for a nice crossfire. They played for nice timing. And on top of that, they had obviously Lonely and Tolji on pretty much standby for any roaming game to come. So with 4-5 scoreline, RTS are only 2 points away from claiming the win in this matchup and progressing further with some points, as they will be currently contesting it, I believe, with IG if they do end up winning it in the regulation. But the difference being that the round differential is going to be quite a huge one between Renatus and IG, if Renatus does end up winning out on this very map.
Ovenhurst making some renovation over inside of the kitchen. But again, I hope the Renatus, when they're defending this site, they don't leave things so low. Oh, God mode. Almost getting a kill right there. Tucked away in the corner was the defender. Didn't push it. Probably wise not to without support. But with a thinker who's he probably would have been able to win the fight nonetheless. But it's alright. They don't lose anything either. Just a draw.
drone for now. Hoven playing a very dangerous game here. Lonely tries to back him up here, this time with a SMG-11 out of all the things, really. This, well, in my opinion, would have been the time to really start falling back, and fall back he does. That's Lonely gone. Still presence by Hoven in the security area. Rix gets tagged up as well. Rotation comes about through meeting. Seems like Hoven is playing for pretty much for frags as much as possible. Albeit he did make a rotation over to the kitchen. There is the information now on Lonely. Push happens. Rossi claims Hoven. This is the point of falling back. You need to default back to the site. Reinforce it as much as possible because the site is upstairs. There's a huge amount of work to be done, given that Tolji and Adeneb are the only ones currently on site.
You can see that they're still trying to make something happen from below up. And who's a lot more confident this time, but doesn't matter if you're not looking the right way. Rix comes in at the opportune moment, takes his head clean off. Lunch responds onto Adenapa. So now it's still man-count advantage 4v3 in favor of Renatus. Make that 4v2. God mode gets Lonely, and we still have one roamer over on the first floor. Rix, he needs to make something happen. Is he gonna find his kill? Yes, he is. Now he needs to get back up very quickly. They'll know where he is. They'll be pushing him. They'll be trying to clear him out. 45 seconds. He needs to reinforce. Your only other teammate left.
Attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Crossfire certainly there. Tolji gets lit up to all hell. Another swing. That's a frag as well. Rossi's the last man standing. Looking for the peak. 1v1 situation, but no, he connects so much damage. Oh my god. Leads perfectly into the play. Rossi clutches it out from the brink of a loss and equalizes it up back to a 5-5 scoreline. Oh my goodness.
Oh, Rix, what were you doing, my friend? He just sprinted around the corner, no doubt. Responding to panicked calls from the smoke. Hey, I need someone here. I'm getting pushed. I'm out of bullets. I'm low on HP. And that Rix just comes with the Malusi sprinting around White Stairs. It gets up there, survives the initial volley, but isn't able to go for the swing quickly enough. Tries it, and it's not a bad idea to go for the swing, try to nip that fight in the bud before Zofia can really get her bearings, but she was never off kilter anyway.
Defenders, protect
And
your
that's
bombs
a
from being
good
defused by attackers.
round rescued by Rossi. Very important.
Absolutely. Incredibly important round here. Bano and Rossi as well. Keep up that pressure, keep up that momentum, because look, if Bano keep this up, they might just be able to once again also steal away their opponent's map pick like Renatus did back on Cafe. And if that will be the case, this could be absolutely devastating for Renatus, given just how well they performed at the beginning. Just they can't seem to be able to close it out. Defense not really favoring them, and only off the back of some rather unusual plays have they been able to just nick away another win here and there. So I'm saying that, looking to try to make this 6-5 scoreline, but at this point Bano may just be able to make this their map, push us onto map 3, and from there on, God knows what could happen. Who just absolutely shuts down Hoven. No chance whatsoever.
That was gorgeous, and that confidence from Vooz. I don't think he would have that unless he had gotten that 4K earlier on. He just swings it, peeks it, based on information, no doubt, and based on just, you know, repetitive attacks where they've always had the Aruni roaming inside of dining. Once again, Hovenhurst left alone of sorts. There was a refrag attempt. Roos took a little bit of damage, but he was from deep inside of kitchen, and they defaulted off anyway. God mode trades with Lonely, one with a gun, one with a frag grenade, but that still keeps the man count advantage in favor of the attackers on Banno, and they have 1 minute and 50 seconds to play with.
Yeah, still plenty of time to play about, still plenty of utility to use up, and still plenty of frag grenades to be thrown around. Robust and Vooz both have still full set of frag grenades. Side of RTS, well, Rix is able to pick up Vooz. That's a huge opener as well, which shuts down yet another flank. Now it's down to the attic congestion and the double window. If the double window presence of Lunch could be shut down, this could be huge, but instead it's him that opens up onto Toji. Huge misplay, huge misread that does separate RTS lineup even further. One has to face a two-man push, one has to face a Hibana, and no shots landed. Rix! How do you just lose that? How do you miss that? Bano on a match point after a comeback from 4-2.
Yeah, this is looking very, very impressive from Bano, and I'm definitely eating my words right about now. You know, I've been writing them off, thinking like, look, this is Renatus' pick. You know, they won 7-5 on Bano's pick, and they made the comeback happen on the defense. Now they're on defense. Oregon defense is so famous, you know, of being a really stronghold side, but it's just not worked out. They are swinging a lot, Renatus, and they are always off on the timing whenever they are losing these rounds. They are unable to bring enough information to bear on those attackers, and a lot of those shots that they're whiffing, Banno are just capitalizing upon, because Banno, conversely, have a lot better information game
Attackers
right
need
now.
to locate and defuse bombs.
Absolutely, yeah. Information game and fragging game, it seems. RTS looks so lost that it's almost confusing as to what so far happened with them. All that confidence that was on attack completely gone, vanished. Oven trying to swing, but he swings all alone. It seems like borderline it's in the tilt starting to actually settle with Renatus rather than Banno, and Banno are happy to punish them to the fullest. Match point upon them, and
10 seconds left before
scary
insertion.
time for RTS, given that they've got
5
so
seconds
much
to go.
momentum. They were looking so good on the defense of Cafe, and
Attackers are
then
moving out to
just
locate a bomb and defuse it.
all of that momentum vanished.
Door secured.
See, Banno over here, they are putting on a show for us. At worst, right now, they'll have equal Renatus' attack, which just went 4-2. Banno might go 4-2 as well. Hovenhurst, once again, he is on the Kaid. He's going to get droned out. He does finally notice that drone. I think had the drone not jumped, the drone would have been alive and Booz might have been able to capitalize upon it. No early pick just yet in the favor of Banno, but there's no contention inside of Dining and Kitchen. Hovenhurst is going to back on out. He's going to take down one drone. The drone economy from Banno has been pretty impressive so far, I have to say. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 drones still left on board. Only Lunch has lost both of his drones, but he's off drone anyway and really won't be using them too much anymore.
Well,
And
before the storm here, really, Renatus defaulted already back to site without really trying to lose any of their operators. So, half a round already done. Banno are still convinced that there may be a roam happening, given that how persistent RTS were on their roaming game, but aside for the better of it, decide not really spend too much time on doing that, and we'll push maybe just commencing off the back of Vuz's Iana holograms and God modes checking as well. And this time checking each and every nook and cranny, knowing exactly how powerful can RTS be the moment they're being given so much ground. And God mode finds the peak, but no! Actually, Lonely opens up. That is a huge impactful play. Frag grenade is out, but won't be able to find any victims, and this is a huge one. Hoven needs to stay alive, and he picks up a kill on top of that. Huge play that about to possibly send us into overtime here. If Vuz won't nail his shots, he won't. Only on the double. Oh my god. All falling apart, and this is the drop down time. This is the swing. Hoven picks up one. C4 not there, but it's Rix to wrap it up. We go in overtime in Vienna.
we are going to overtime, and this is somehow an attacker-favored Oregon. It's really, really unexpected. 8-4 it has been in the favor of the attack. And if you look at it, the defensive bans aren't. I think at this point it's fair to look back at the defensive bans from 12 rounds ago. They aren't particularly, impacting the defense as badly. Like, sure, a Mira is very strong. Sure, a Valkyrie is very strong indeed as well. But it's not like we haven't seen Mira and Valkyrie banned by other teams, by these teams in the past, and we haven't seen these teams, create this great gap on the defense. But somehow, in this matchup, neither team is able to do it on defense. Instead, even with a Thatcher and a Lion band, they are able to do it on the attack.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Cthulhu, as I finish off speaking, we have a 6 pick over, I do believe, that was teased to a Blackbeard, but I think it's been called off.
Blackbeard could actually been an interesting choice here, especially for RTS, given the fact that they didn't really need that kind of the reinforcement for their gunfight ability. It's more so just their info game has been occasionally a bit lackluster. Hoven as well, to swap off the Nook in favor of Zafir means that RTS pretty much abandoning the whole idea of sneaky plays around, crouch walking as Nook to say freezer and holding an angle there. This is still very much kind of by the book siege that they are intending to play here, which, look, in theory, a good idea, a good decision, but in lieu of how poor was their execution on the defense, the momentum changed rather. I'm concerned, to say the very least, purely for the fact that in OT, can they return back to their form that they've shown in the first half?
And Inepa has been performing really well, 8 kills over here, but he's been overshadowed by everyone else actually, really, at this point, except for Lonely. Rix, Toji, 10 kills each, 12 for Hovenhurst, and yet, if you look at the kills comparison, you can see only God Mode has cracked 10 kills over on the side of Banno, but we are at the 6-6. So Renatus definitely more proficient still at getting the kills, but Banno very much able to hold the candle to them with a little bit better strategy.
A better strategy, better time management seemed to have been kind of the case here. It's more so the fragging ability versus just the passiveness of some of the executions by the defense. So right now RTS can nail their play. If they can nail their momentum on the offense, that could be a huge outplay here. Frag grenade flies in, only damages Vooz, but that's not going to be confirmed in any shape or form. So this means that free real estate, at least for now, on the elbow, and if they're able to eliminate Jaeger, that could be huge. So much damage though, being spammed by the grenade, swings about, does somehow land the shots on Rix. What is this? Rossi is being tagged to all the living hell, and now finally the control of that doorway is in, but not enough of a dip to get rid of Rossi as well.
Oh, Rossi gets away just in time. Lonely, had he pushed a little bit with confidence, might have been able to get the kill, but that's alright. They have some peakholes open. They are forcing these defenders into uncomfortable positions, but one of those positions is the freezer. And that's a very strong position for any push coming in from any angle. And God Mode is the one holding it. He got a 4-kill Bonanza the last time, but Hovenhurst and Lonely have gotten Rossi. C4 is going to go in. It's not going to land. God Mode goes for the swing. He gets his 10th death, not an 11th kill. Launching a 1v4. He can't do it. And Renatus, they win a second attack in the row, and they put themselves up onto match point. And if the pattern holds, and this attacker-sidedness holds, even if Banno win this round, RTS might be able to take it.
But RTS would want to keep up and not really give away any ground really here to Banno, and with Banno being arguably even more efficient on the attack than Renatus, a few question marks are being set here. Curious pick for Warden on Laundry Supply Room. Do we think that this is going to be a kind of, well, okay, right, never mind. As soon as I say that, wait, Warden to Warden, okay, hold on. Hold your horses. Okay, will this be a pick for, for the
Aruni,
bunker hold, and in face of Aruni, yeah, that
Attackers
sounds like
need to
about
locate
right.
and defuse bombs.
You know, it's very interesting. You know, you speak of the bunker hold, and this is not just exclusive to the Operation League over here. But even if you look at every international game, bunker holes are just vanished. Like after SI, you can probably count on like a few fingers. And I believe the other day we saw one bunker hold in APAC North, I do believe, and on Wednesday, and that's it. That's like it stood out to me because I was like, hey, well, they are actually committing resources to bunker and then holding it, and the attackers are pushing into bunker, taking control of it. I'm surprised it's just vanished. It's not like a bunker push is a bad idea at this point. But the defenders are still committing resources to it because the attackers might, on a whim, switch to it. Just that they aren't doing it. So those resources that are being dedicated to the bunker hold are really just to ward off the push at this point. You know, to showcase to the attackers while they're going in, like, yeah, we have a hold. So if you're going to try to push in, you're going to be wasting a lot of time and resources. That makes the attackers switch over to other avenues of the push, which is why you're seeing so many more front side push down the main stairs, where the defensive utility is less as well. But then the defensive manpower is higher. So this back and forth that's come out is so fascinating. And I'm sure one day, you know, maybe in this season, maybe next season, we will see the bunker push in come back into play.
Let's see if that is to be the case here. It is curious to me, comparative to the holds before, Bano on the defense would have held this right at the bottom of the tower stairs, but for RTS, Lonely was right at the ground floor landing of that position and was quite keen on dishing out quite some damage and throwing hands early on into the round, but obviously since then fallen back at the moment he heard the danger. But breaches so far pretty much uncontested, no roam whatsoever. RTS are playing an extremely passive game, which to a certain degree could really work out. Hoven already picks up a kill into God mode, and that is a huge opener given the fact that right now the next high performer here out of all of them really could be either Rossi or Lunch, really. Boo's ever since his change off Yana didn't really see a whole lot of limelight.
That is true. He's not really been that effective, and Rick gets one more. And that Banus is looking all over. It has to be a 5v2 clutch on the attack, pushing in. That's a 3v for Adineppa, and it's all up to Lunch. Are you good enough as Easy was earlier on? Can you do a 1v5? He can take one down, and they're gonna keep giving him 1v1s. He might be able to. C4 very nearly connects. That's a good one. Another 1v1, but coming in from behind. Adineppa, RTS are not willing to let this go. It's 8-6, a victory. Banno really made Renatus work for it, but it is not enough. They still lose, and it's a 2-0 win for Renatus. A lot better of a performance from Banno compared to last season, where they lost 7-3 and 7-2. So, good efforts from God Mode, Lunch, but just better. Renatus is just better.
There we go. Renatus finally do make sure to pretty much wrap this up for themselves. It was a very rough Oregon, I'll have to say, and the way how things turned out for them certainly did not particularly look too pretty. But look, it is what it is. 2-0 is still a victory for Renatus. They still managed to get themselves the points. And overall, this sets us up for a rather peculiar storyline really here, because for Invictus so far, well, they went pretty much flawless. 14-0, no losses whatsoever. Renatus, Bano, Desolate, they yet to show their ability to polish their game, and if that won't really be the case, Group A honestly looks like pretty much a breeze for Invictus.
Yeah, indeed. Renatus might be able to give them a little bit more of a fight, but we have seen them take down, international rosters. It's all about how far you can push Invictus gaming. But I do believe we'll be, coming back with a better look of Renatus' ability and Invictus' ability and willingness to go far, and Desolate's ability in the next matchup, because it's going to be Renatus versus Desolate again.
Indeed, yeah. And Renatus versus Desolate, I believe that is going to be yourself and Lan taking that over. So, from myself, that is it for tonight. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in. Don't go too far away, though, because the third matchup is still promising to be a banger. Stay tuned.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Tiempo
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the continuation of this first day of the group stages of the Operation League over here. I'm Infia New York, and with me, Back again today is the one and only Lan. Cthulhu, he's taken his leave, but we're replacing one Kiwi with another.
And glad to be back after that little hiatus. In saying that, everyone in the chat, I am watching you behave. But we are back, and I am excited to see Desolate versus off against Renatus. That last game between Renatus and Team Bano was pretty tight, pretty crazy. Like some insane moments, a couple of flawless rounds here and there, and I just want to know if Desolate are going to perform the same way they did in that first game against Invictus, which was obviously stacked against them, or are they going to bring it back this time very differently against Renatus, considering that both teams have now seen how each other play.
Yeah, indeed. And look at the maps that we're going to. We are going to Chalet, then to Villa, and then perhaps to Clubhouse. Now, we didn't get to see Clubhouse in the previous matchup. It was the decider for Renatus there as well. We were very close to seeing it. Banno just gave them such a great fight, but it's just not enough. Yeah, it's hard to peg exactly where the strengths of these teams are. We only really know okay, Insane / Renatus, they're really, really good. They won last season, and therefore they're qualified for the Southeast Asian Championship. And now Banno have improved massively, only able to do a 7-3-7-2 last season. This time they do a 7-5-8-6. So everything's changing, but Invictus Gaming is kind of spoiling the market a little bit here. You're like, these guys are like ready to. They are qualified for Sweden Major. They've not missed an international event in a long, long time since the Season 10 Pro League Finals. So we'll see. This game, I think, is going to get everything out plainly. What can Renatus show us against Desolate?
Yeah, well, so far we've got two simple bans coming out. Renatus still going to be banning out one more operator here on defense. The Lion is gone, the Thatcher's gone. These are no surprises to me. But Valkyrie is also coming in, and to me, that's a good ban, if anything. Like you've got your standard bans, your very common bans, but Valkyrie is a good ban that should come up more often than not, considering the amount of intel she can provide and the amount of power that brings as well to a team. And there we go, Mira for Desolate.
Well, that's really unsurprising over here. Villa, a very strong operator, especially here. Mira, a very strong operator, especially here on Villa. And so is Valkyrie. I'm surprised we are not seeing a Heartbreacher ban, though, on the attacking side. Instead, we have Renatus banning out the Lion. It's an interesting choice.
It is, of course, a hate-love relationship for Lion and competitive. Sometimes great, sometimes not so much. But here we see some pretty obvious picks here. The Echo being swapped off is interesting to me, considering that Echo... Oh, no, he doesn't know what he wants anymore.
No, it's a Jaeger. You need a Jaeger over a mile. Like, surely you cannot defend in 2021 without something to deny throwables.
Yeah, it's just part of the meta these days, and it is long-standing, especially since the release of Siege with, or even the start of this competitive scene with Jaeger always being picked, having the most pick rate. Wamai only just kind of offsets that just a little bit, but denying utility is always going to be key. That's why other operators such as Bandit and Mute are always very popular as well. All that brings information, and all that gives you power and the ability to take the round and or the game itself. So we see a pretty standard setup so far, nothing too surprising. I'm interested to see if how Tolji really plays on Yana, and now that we know that the Twitch 2.0 is coming in, can Adenipa, I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, I'm sorry if I'm butchering it, but can they really deny a lot of that defense utility that is commonly being used so that Lonely can be as lethal as we always know him to be?
Yeah, I mean, Adenipa, he had a really, really good game on Oregon just now. One of the linchpins for Renatus over there, crossing, I think, 10 kills and going all the way up to, correct me if I'm wrong, 11. But so far, so good. Everyone's kept their heads. and no one either on Desolate or RTS has lost him. They had lost a drone, but just as I say that, Cleverly gets taken out and Hovenhurst, he moves in very strongly. Ruby Rose does answer back. That's a flank coming in, and he's still maneuvering a drone.
Yep, undeterred and definitely very confident as long as Lonely is on his side. But in saying that, look at this man just go! A double kill already. Lonely and Hoven just running through all of Bedroom, all of Trophy, all of Astronomy, and completely taking off one side of that map. So the entire northern side of Villa's second floor has been completely dominated. And as they push in, we do see a close range duel. Lonely getting taken out by the SMG-11. Hi, guy. I take it back. You've got fantastic aim. Close like that with a toxic babe in his hands. Oh my gosh, Hoven with the frag. Almost picks one up, but damages himself a little bit. Unfortunately, not going to be able to pick up anyone else. But comes very close to Saharai. That's a close one, if anything. The LMG will not be able to meet any more attackers as they take the first round. A strong push from Renatus and a strong, very swift take of that second floor.
Well, I mean, Hovenhurst, he's been on point so far today, especially with those throwables on Oregon. He was having a really good time with them, and no surprises that he combines that with one down and one near kill as well. After that, RTS take an attacking round here on Villa. Now, we saw an attacker side at Oregon earlier on, so don't rule out the fact that this Villa, which has RTS taking an early advantage, it could also be a little bit of an attacker-sided affair. We'll have to see, though, how Desolate respond after this one. They're going to retry the defense here on Aviator and Games.
You know what? Maybe the second time's the charm. We'll have to see. This time around, I hope we see a little bit more of a presence over in Master Bedroom. They took that way too easily. Let's face it. That drone went down, but it was pretty much bait in the end.
Yeah, unfortunately, Desolate aren't able to hold on. So look at the setup right now. They are playing almost as if they had a mirror window. They don't. And it's not a bad idea. You can see the study door allows you to keep control of that over from inside a vault. They are dedicating about the same amount of resources over here on the roam near Trophy and Statuary. We're gonna have two people combining over there. They just need to be careful that they don't lose sight of the Sophia pushing in, as they did for Lonely earlier on, who got two very nice kills.
You know, that position as well over on site does enable them to hide behind pool table as well, to be able to create a lot of presence there and to deny entry on that angle as well. Vault may be penetrated, but that enables them to have a secondary sight, saying that drone will go down after it takes out a little bit of utility. And it does look like Tolji's going to do a little bit of recon himself, pushing on in. Doesn't see anyone just yet as he pushes through Trophy. Oh, Statuary, sorry. But he does see one man in the corner. And as they push on through, jammers are all galore, denying a lot of more intel. But they know where he is, and they're going to push in on site. Lonely here holding the crosshair and holding the flank, decides to actually push and help Hoven enter location. And oh my gosh, the spray almost connected, but he will be taken down by Ruby Rose with the SMG-11. Yet again, twice now. 2 rows in the back-to-back. Lonely taken out by an SMG will be taken down here. And it does look like Hoven has to pull back a little bit, hide behind the desk as he collects a little bit more information.
Oh, it's a 4v3 almost immediately. OG gets one more for his team, gets the man card advantage back in their favor, using that Yara clone to good effect. Pie Guy, he does get Adinepa, who tries to capitalize on the information. Pie Guy goes all the way back inside of sight. Flashbangs are raining in. Pie Guy with a very dangerous rotate, but confident in that his teammate was holding the line. You can see over here, he's going to make a rotate for himself inside of study now. It's a good rotate idea. 1 minute, they know where the push is coming from. All 3 members of RTS are on the same side. It's not as fast in this round, it's not as clean as it was last round. And they're going to lose another Pro.
The
That
attacker's
was a little
bomb
bit poor.
diffuser
He
has
was,
been
it was
dropped.
the Mozzie Pest was right next to him.
In saying that, that rotation, like you said, is very dangerous. He's gonna rotate over now, and you know what? It's gonna be the clone. He's gonna get revealed. They know exactly where he is, but he has a lot of cover to enable him to stay there and hold that position. Smokes are now coming out. He will be able to deny quite a lot of time, and as Pie Guy rotates into a save, oh, that is so dangerous. How did he get away with that?
I have no
Gas is being
idea.
put down.
Oh, Rix,
He's still gonna get away with it. He rotated again.
Yeah.
What?
Oh,
okay, he
finally.
gets it. Okay, there we go. Finally,
Finally,
and
and
Hoven now with a kill on himself.
5 seconds to go.
Oh, that's too easy. Rix, unfortunately for Desolate, he does manage to find those 2 kills. Good coverage, good information, and unfortunately just didn't work out for Desolate. Second time in a row. Are they gonna be like Banno and try the same bomb site a third time? No, they're gonna go to Dining and Kitchen.
Pulse getting picked up this time might be a good choice to play a little vertical. There is obviously a lot of free real estate on the first floor that's not being capitalized on. Saharai should be able to make some good use of that, as we've seen 2 rounds in a row. Renatus sending it straight to that second floor, not even wasting any time clearing out the bottom levels, just because they are yeeting themselves directly on site and clearing out the northern half first.
Defenders,
So,
protect your bombs from being defused
can
by
Desolate use this to their advantage? Are they able to actually use that verticality and the C4s and, you know, perhaps even a little bit of intel to play 3D is what I would like to think.
Yeah, I think that would be a little nicer to see. You know, in these 2 rounds, they haven't been utilizing that verticality, as you said. And in the first round, Hovenhurst went down and he nearly got 2 frag kills because of it. Although in Desolate's credit, I will say that they were low on manpower
10 seconds remaining.
and they had to commit members to site instead. But regardless, you know,
5 seconds
a
to go.
C4, even in a late game, even when your site is being besieged, might just be the ticket for you to win a round when you really shouldn't be winning otherwise.
Hopefully Renatus actually pick up on this and they start clearing out that bottom level, or it will end up being their first loss here on Villa. Sledge, not wasting any time though, will be opening a lot of these windows as he just moves on through and mows them down. They have a lot of time left onto them, but Rix here will be doing his due diligence, droning stuff out, hot for Lonely, and cleverly actually waiting in, lying in wait. Also hot and anticipating a very aggressive entry from probably one of the crazier players here in Southeast Asia. So as he goes through, Lonely now actually playing the Ash will be able to make an explosive entry onto site as he opens up a lot of those diagonal sight lines over from that second floor.
A bomb has been located.
Now let's see what goes on. Oh, well, that was almost an engagement that Toji thought he won. That he lost. But Hovenhurst, he comes in and takes down Sahara and Mac over on the first floor, over inside of the library. Verticality being used again by RTS, not quite by Desolate, not even a C4 in response. We do have Pie Guy though, coming up big in response, Adinepa off the board. Those Twitch drones not going to be jumping around anymore.
Yep, unfortunately, those the X Pyros will be used. Oh, Toji taking a lot of damage. Unsure of exactly where it came from. He's gonna drop a nade down there, hopefully connecting it. But no, it won't be this time. Lonely, unable to connect any of those shots. Will finally find that kill, but suffer a little bit of damage himself. Has the Claymore available to him, but there we go. Cleverly now trying to duel his way back onto site. And oh, he will miss it out as Lonely and Hoven clean up that site, and anyone trying to rotate back onto it. Another round going to Renatus, quite confidently.
Yeah, I mean, Desolate don't seem to be able to hang with these guys right now. 3-0 down on their defense is really not a good sign for them, even if this might be an attacker-sided map, because even if you can come back later, you're just adding some extra pressure on yourself. really. Just don't have to. You can avoid it. Take a little bit of a breather if you just shore up some things. But what exactly should they be shoring up at this point? What is going wrong for them?
What I am seeing is the mistakes that Desolate made
Attackers
over
need
on
to
the
locate
first
and
map.
defuse bombs.
Despite the difference in the teams, they're still creating. They're still lacking a lot of the fundamental decision making here. Obviously, very distracted. Not sure where the communication is, and I'm not going to comment on that. But what I will say is that they're not really focused on the enemies in front of them. They're always thinking that there's another person around the corner. Yes, that is the mentality you need to have whenever you take on and defend a site. But in saying that, you know someone is in one location, call for assistance. It is a team game after all, and try to eliminate them, push them out of that space. So far, they're not really capitalizing on the advantages or the information they do have. You see them dueling. For example, we did see, I believe it was Ruby Rose, dueling someone and then making very dangerous rotates on that first round. But despite him knowing exactly where the enemy was, he didn't try to contest him, and when he did, it was a little bit too late. He already sacrificed a lot of his health, and he put himself in a disadvantage. Now that we see them try to defend this again, they are taking out the drones. They are eliminating that as best as they can. But is it already too late? Because Renatus have all the positions needed for them, and then now they're rotating and they know exactly how they're going to execute onto the site. Infian, it's going to be so much easier for them.
Our guy gets revived over here, so not quite a 5v4 just yet, as much as RTS would have hoped. But I don't think RTS is going to be too worried. Look at that information game, very much on point. They know exactly where this Wamai is. I didn't know if I might try and go for this himself, though I don't think it would be the best idea. Regardless, you can see the Wamai is being besieged by the drones, and he's chased off. Very much pressure in his head. No real pressure from the bathroom just yet, but he probably would have died had he lingered around. Smart choice from him.
This is fantastic droning from Renatus. Being able to keep the drone alive, but also very aggressively taking as much as information as possible. Oven dropping dangerously low himself, and as they try to contest all these high angles, Lonely in the same spot as we saw him before over in Trophy is going to be able to control a lot of that spacing there. But Tolji, despite his low health, will be contesting those angles. Sahara is not in a place he needs to be and will be flushed out of that space, enabling them to actually take that kitchen a little bit easier. Last member left on the board, it's Reels from D8, and he's going to be pushing back onto site, dueling the entire team. He picks up one, maybe two, but no, it is going to be Lonely cleaning up that round and taking one again for Renatus.
Well, unsurprisingly, Desolate, they're calling for a tactical pause. And you have to. You're 4-0 down on the defense, on a defensive sided map. Sure, you don't have a mirror to play with. Sure, you don't have a Valkyrie. But really, you should be running away with this, whatever the case is. Now, of course, they are definitely at different levels. RTS, they won Operational League Season 3. They made it to the Southeast Asian Championship. Whatever happens over in this season, they'll still be in the Southeast Asian Championship, pushing for a spot at the APAC South relegations. So they are really working their own mistakes out. They're using this as time to kind of figure things out as well. But the fact that Desolate isn't able to capitalize is worrying for me.
You're absolutely right. Mirror and a Valkyrie on defense isn't the be-all end-all of your strategies, of course, so you should have a playbook for all of these things. Tachanka could definitely help or contribute fairly to all of this, but in saying that, you still have so much available to you to make that defense work. Of course, there is a plethora of operators that can make it so much easier for you. I'm not sure if Tachanka is going to be that operator or if it's going to be Thunderbird, but every other operator that's stock standard can contribute to a win. It really is going to come down to communication, teamwork, and I suppose understanding how to push on against Renatus that are just so aggressive and just so good at taking points.
Yeah. Oh, it's a tough ask for
Attackers need to
Desolate.
locate and defuse as many bombs as
Tactically,
they
you know
can.
what they really need to fix is a little bit more discipline. The information game has been a little bit weak as well. You can see that they are operating in an information deficit compared to Renatus. Renatus, they are using the drones supremely effectively. Desolate isn't able to deny the information gathering. Instead, Renatus just able to get information and immediately follow up on it. Desolate are getting wise. And the follow-up is very, very close. You saw in the previous round, the Wamai pieced on out of that. The moment he saw 2 drones surrounding him, he knew that, yep, well, I need to make my exit. He got away with it in that moment, but the rest of his
Attackers are
team
moving out to
and the rest
locate a
of the
bomb and
defense
defuse it.
just wasn't good enough. They are not operating with enough confidence. This might be a confident play from Cleverly, though. Might be able to get something. I do believe he drew out the C4, but that didn't net anything.
A little bit of wasted utility, but something you can sacrifice for a gamble. Could have worked out to their advantage, but unfortunately it won't. Quite confidently, Hoven pushes into the master bedroom. Uncontested. A little bit of droning coming in from his teammates now to help clear out Statuary, but the fact that he took that site already with so much ease, it's not looking good for them so far on that defense. But Hoven will go down in due time, and now that he's, I'm sure he's getting picked up rather soon. He has a couple of teammates around him, and Tolji now rotating over to his aid as well as we speak.
5 versus 5, 2 minutes left in this round. Lonely, Hovenhurst, and Edinepa all very, very low. It's a good round that started out for Desolate, and that Thunderbird pick is actually pretty cool. I mean, I like to see that. She might just... Oh!
What?
Tolji! No!
Come on, Tolji!
He just takes
Come
aim
on!
at the calves of Hovenhurst and takes him out. That's Hovenhurst's first death, by the way. Coming off the hands of his own
I'm not
team.
sure what they were trying to achieve there.
Well,
Gone are the
he
days
took a
of
bullet
trying to
to the
hard reset. He was once an operator like you, but then he took a
Yeah.
bullet to the knee. But you know,
Unfortunate.
we can't do those hard resets anymore, guys. That doesn't
Oh.
work in Siege anymore. Shotgun
Let's
kill on
go.
Tolji as hard karma is something I would call it. Saharai dropping dangerously low as well, but now has the cardiac sensor, should be able to detect enemies around the corner, and has one lying in wait. Of course, he's waiting for the right moment, and oh, he will lose that battle just based on range, and Lonely picks up that kill on the very wounded Pulse.
A bomb has been located.
Rotating now, will be trying to push in with the rest of his teammates up top on that second level as they've cleared out that bottom level. So the expansion down to the first floor has not been a complete waste, but it has only delayed the last 3 members of RTS pushing on site. If any time, I think Desolate stand a chance to win a round on this map here, where they have the numbers advantage, where Renatus are just so deeply wounded.
15 seconds left.
15 seconds left over in this round as you hear the announcer. We take down. Ryules can't land the shot. Lonely does. Ruby Rose does get onto Rick. However, Adinepa on 1 HP and a Dream. Lonely has no bullets in his gun. He gets taken out, and that's a freebie. Finally, Desolate, after their tactical timeout, they managed to claw around back, to claw a defense, and it was a good attempt at a recovery for Renatus, but a 3v5 has proved to be a little too much with the time that they had.
It's good they took that time out to take to give themselves a breather, sip some Pog juice, and get the gaming going. Surely we see Desolate come back with a couple of more rounds at least to bring the competition in for Renatus and to give them the fight they deserve to have. Saharai thinking about switching off the Maestro into a Rooney. Fair enough. A lot of deny so far on that defensive team. Jaeger, Mute, Smoke,
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Mozzie,
as
and
many
now
bombs as
also
they
the
can.
Aruni. It's like they want to keep them out for some reason. Lord knows why.
Yeah. I mean, it's a very, very good idea. I mean, the Mozzie and Mute that I talked about earlier on, they aren't denying the information well enough, right? So bring in as much firepower as you can. A lot of teams, they use their drones to take down a Rooney gate so that they don't have to use utility, which can be better used for clearing ADSs or flashing people or just getting killed outright. So that might be one way to take down drones, secondary or passively. The more active way, obviously, is the Mute and Mozzie combination. And maybe that's exactly what helped them out. They had a pulse on board as well. Lots of information being fed to Desolate in the previous round. This time, they won't have as much information for themselves, but they will have enough denial, whatever the case.
Told you here, going for some common high traffic zones. Not able to connect any of the shots, but we'll gain a little bit of information from understanding that no one is there. So, interesting that they are going to go for this push here, understanding where that utility is lying, and here goes the hologram. Gemini hologram is now pushing up, and they run right through Aviator, giving them so much strong information.
Yeah, Villa often plays like a two-floor map, right? You have the basement is really rarely used. The only person who I've really seen use it has been Hysterics, and I watch a little bit of every region where I can. Cleverly gets taken out over here, and as you said, they're attacking the site very, very quickly. Indeed, they have information on this build as well. The jammers, they're not in positions where they can deny the information to Renatus. That Mute might be losing his life, and I thought that was Tolji in actuality for a second. But he sends out 2 frag grenades, burning the frag grenades onto the ADS and using the Gon 6 for the shield. But Ovenhurst comes in from behind, gets 2. Oh, these are huge picks right now. One coming up the stairs. Ovenhurst lands that as well. He just wipes it with no information and lonely cleans it up, even as Ruby Rose gets 1. It's not a flawless round, but it might as well have been. 5-1 attacking half for Renatus.
Just look at that confidence coming from Hoven as he just storms his way through. And just speaking on the utility burnt by Tolji, it's good that he actually did that, because it actually distracted them so much. Yeah, and by the time that he was like, oh, I have to get out of here, he's burning way too much utility, and he took out my shield, he turns around and Hoven's like standing right there. And he was waiting for him, lying in wait. Having said that, I'm actually surprised that the Gemini hologram fooled even you.
Yeah, I mean, I was very much looking at the outlines, and I saw this guy sprint in, and I was like, oh, he's gonna take the shot, because Pie Guy was caught unawares. Had he actually swung initially, he would have gotten the kill either way. When he didn't fire, I was like, oh no, something's gone wrong. But no, everything was exactly as Tolji had this.
But you know what? There have been some recent plays that have worked to great effect in seeing the Gemini holograms actually just go out there and double bait using the sound used. But look at all of this demolition going on in Aviator and Games Room. Like, there's so much visibility here. They're almost like they're playing in an open field at this point.
Let's see what they can do. Oh, this drone again. Once again, these drones. But this time it's Desolate's drone. Not denying information. So they know that there's a Capcan trap over here. So they're not going to get caught out by it. We saw the Capcan attempt earlier on by RTS as well. Didn't quite work out on on Oregon against the attackers of Bano. Lonely takes a lot of damage over here. I think it was Saharai who was trying his best. But instead, Hovenhurst, he takes down Ruby Rose as you see his icon vanish.
We'll keep that drone alive this time around, but get a little cheeky ping. Cleverly, we'll be able to drone out the enemy, and oh, look at Saharai actually gets a couple of scans as well. So Capcan now having to pull back as well, and will be punished for it. Cleverly gets taken out along with them. And you know what? For the attackers, it's not looking so good so far, considering that the defense are all alive. They've only got 3 members left, and Pie Guy is on half health. So whether they can make this happen or not is a different question. They're going to be chipped away yet again, shaven off. Another member, Pie Guy, getting eliminated here, leaving 2 members left. But they finally pick up a kill for themselves, and Tolji gets taken off the board. So Infian, like, they're up against the wall, and oh my gosh, a couple of shots being put out there does mean that Sahara has to leave, try to contest that angle again, but maybe even just push from a different position.
Well, 4 versus 1. Concern mounting. Adinepa, he's just roaming around outdoors, being a nuisance, with the sign flashing in front of Pie Guy's face. The jump out comes in, and it's 6-1 right now. Desolate is looking very desolate for them.
Definitely not the performance we expected from Desolate. Hoping that obviously they had some better performance in this game here, considering they were facing up against a more local team. 6-1 for Renatus here on the first play day of the group stage. Not looking so promising for them. Renatus very strong so far. They are going back to back, 3 maps in a row, looking like a nearly flawless team.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Desolate just isn't that good. I mean, they did get 1v5. I know it was easy earlier on, but like, come on, man,
it's speakeasy though. It's
a 1v5.
Yeah, okay, fair. You know, I think, like I said it before. I said it to Cthulhu. Because the problem was that they trickled down into a 1v1 at every single moment.
Yeah,
they needed to coordinate
exactly.
a push because Speakeasy, he is a 1v1 god. You know, this guy is so good taking on every duel. He only needs 1 bullet to get you. And they just gave that to him time and time again. This time around, we're seeing Nook, and we're seeing more individual play from Desolate. Can they come together as a team to coordinate a push?
I do not understand how Desolate are this bad. We have seen them before. They are not a terrible team. We saw them come up through the qualifiers. Look at that guy that's freaking fast and furious through the drones. Ryul's unable to capitalize onto Lonely. They do equal amounts of damage. Really, Lonely should have been winning that fight, given how unprepared Ryul's was. But you can see a drone was thrown out. And Renatus is there to receive. Ryul's doing this solo with himself. No one's helping him with droning in. Ash off the board. It's so disjointed. As you said, that same thing we're seeing again and again. We're seeing very individualistic plays. Sahara, he gets 1. That's good for him. But he's getting pushed immediately. Again, all alone. There's no chance for a refrag at all.
Not at all, given Hoven now actually pushing all the way through games. Cleverly gonna take out Rix and be traded out by Tolji. As they push on through, does look like a free kill going to Hoven. A triple to his name. And now he switches angles and switches sights with his teammates. They know exactly where he is. Pie Guy might be able to connect a couple of shots, but no! Hoven with the MX Storm. Too good. Too accurate. Too strong.
Oh, goodness. Goodness me. Hovenhurst. Oh my god. The peaks. Oh, he's on fire. So brazen, so quick.
Unstoppable.
Instantly flicks around the corner. Not even every APAC South and APAC North player is able to peek in that same way. He flicks around the corner for a millisecond, knows exactly where the player is, pre-fires, wins it out right afterwards. I mean, the confidence and the skill. Oh, my mind is blown.
16 kills to 6 assists. This guy is a one-man army. There's literally almost nothing this guy can do, and he didn't even go down that often either. I don't know. I don't remember how many deaths he had, but
I think
he definitely was like 1, right?
He only died like 3 or 2 or 3 times, and one of those was a team kill from Tolji. So
Yeah, well,
I don't know.
Tolji's team kill doesn't count, but actually no, it does. But you know what? We'll attribute that to a penalty on his points here at the caster's desk. And saying that, we are going to a short break. Don't go anywhere, guys. We will be right back for round 2 as we go into the second map between Renatus and Desolate. We'll see you guys soon.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa, wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know.
But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan.
What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist? You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome!
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime. My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know!
But I was thinking high tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why do these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan.
What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist? You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome!
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on! Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the continuation of this somewhat desolate matchup between Desolate and Renatus. I am Infinity Walk, and with me is the dabbing Lan. We're having fun over here. Someone who's not having fun is Desolate. Lan, why don't you catch everyone up on what happened in the first map?
Well, they've essentially lost 3 maps in a row tonight. And Renatus are
and they've got a one round.
Contrastingly, Renatus are winning, have won 3 maps in a row. So you're right. Desolate did win 1 round, pretty much
across 3
maps back to back, and I've never heard of that before. I've unfortunately never heard of that. Obviously, we're not bagging on the guys over on Desolate. It's just that we are shocked that they are playing this way, because we expected better from them as a team that is former winners as well, you know? So they have story behind them. They have the history and they have the clear skill, but this time around they're not organized at all. They took a break. At one point they called for a timeout and then they came back, they won a round, and then they lost it again afterwards. We're going to Chalet this time around, and it's a very different map for defense and attack compared to the Villa that we were just on previously. What are your thoughts on Desolate going to Villa? Chalet.
Well, my thoughts on Villa is that it's a bad idea for Desolate against Renatus. For Chalet, I don't know. Look, Chalet is perceived to be somewhat attacker-sided, if not balanced, right? And it does vary. You can't really say it's one way or the other just quite yet. It's still an immature map after the rework, so to speak. But with Renatus going on the attack first after the momentum that they built up from their Villa victory, I don't see this working out too well for Desolate. One thing we were criticizing Desolate for earlier on Villa is how constrained they are to the bomb site. And when they roam, they don't really roam too effectively. They dedicate utility outside elsewhere, but their information game on the roam is weak. And the one round that they did win was based off of pulse information and other sorts of information, and denial as well for the side of Renatus. So it was a perfect storm for them, and they tried that once, when all the ingredients came together, and then after they didn't try it again. So I'm hoping they try something better. They have banned out Thatcher, Flores, Valkyrie, and Kait.
Yeah, and saying that Flores is a operator that doesn't get a lot of bans. He doesn't get banned quite often. It's very, very peculiar to ban Flores. It's usually a pocket pick or very, very specific to a strat that he would excel in. In saying that, that does leave open the Thermite as per usual. Quite stock standard pick there, along with a variety of operators on that attacker side that we are so used to seeing these days. So the defense is pretty common so far. Ryul's back on his Vigil, and he does well on Vigil so far across the amount of maps that we have seen him play in the games. He I would say is one of the more consistent players over on Desolate. However, generally we just don't see them play together. It's like a rank stack running in, and they're not even coordinating an attack or push together. So we need that to stop. We need them to come together, be a unit, and start double peeking or trying to trade back for a couple of kills. Maybe that's too much to ask.
Well, we'll have to wait and watch. We are now in the action phase, the first round here on Chalet. Looking at the attacker lineup, I like it very much. Lonely on the Nomad, it's always a good idea because Chalet is a map where you can cut off the roamers pretty well. You have 3 main stairways that you really need to be wary of. You want the double window over there all the way on the north side. You want one over at the library stairs, and then one you want on main stairs. Tolji sweeps in though. 1 ARX already coming to life. Takes a lot of damage for his troubles, but he does collect cleverly.
Still has 2 frags in his pocket. Might be able to make something happen here. Pie Guy won't be able to pick that kill, but will live for now. Couple of shots go in there, and Tolji already gets downed and cleaned up by his enemy team, and Aldenipa takes out Ruby Rose to follow as well. So far, RTS still in the lead on man, but Desolate still have a pretty strong hold on that defense there. They need to be able to push in, and RTS need to be able to really take the reins here on that site. A couple of members of Desolate still hanging around those corners and rotating to find better angles to see any attackers pushing on in. Not much damage going down, but we do see that Desolate aren't healthy.
It is a little bit of a scary prospect. If Ryul's takes a little bit more damage right now, he's crawling around very tentatively, but once again you can tell that these guys don't really have the information. There we go, Hovenhurst cleans up that full HP Sahara. He's already in sight. He does get traded. Oh, big kills coming out. Ryul's too, with a jump down, punished by Rick right in the waiting arms. And now they're back in the mankind advantage, just as I thought that 2v2 might work out for Desolate. But it's all up to Ryul's. About 50 HP or thereabouts. You can see, oh, he just gets spotted on the Twitch drone. And the bad idea to rotate in front. Off a doorway, it gets punished. Good movement from Rix. Look at how quick they move based on the information. The moment the Twitch drone called out his position, Rix was on the move.
I'm not completely sure what the idea of dropping right in the middle of the lobby was.
Surely he didn't know.
I mean, it's a pretty open area. There are so many angles you could have got caught there, and he fell right into the hands of an attacking member waiting at the lobby door. It couldn't get more obvious than that. And then Ryul's on his rotate out after he saw the Twitch drone, he was already cloaked. He was already he was already invisible. They couldn't see him. and he saw the drone move, and it was moving in the opposite direction. He just chose to shoot it.
Defenders, protect
He
your
gave
bombs
himself
from
away.
being
I think
defused
it,
by attackers.
yeah, I think it could have been a situation where he avoids the view of that drone, but they would have known he is nearby with the kills coming in that way. They would have known he's in the general vicinity anyway. So, you know, just trying to make some rationalization for his decision right here. I get it.
I personally
you
think
know.
he could have played a misdirection there.
Yeah, you could have. But it's not the worst idea to shoot the drone. What is a bad idea is to rotate
10
like
seconds
that
left
in front of the
before
goalie.
Yeah, openly
And
with
rightfully punished.
sprinting as well in a dueling
Yeah.
in a circumstance where you're like pretty much 1v1. You should
Yeah.
you should not have
Take the
been
fight.
Locate a bomb
should not have
and
been.
defuse it.
Yeah, exactly. There's no point sprinting when you're in a tight circumstance like that where it really just comes down to you. Sprinting in Siege really is only for the free. If you have no one contesting those line of sight, you can sprint. Any other time, you should be taking your time and you should be pacing yourself as you take corners. In saying that, Rix is not sparing any time in droning the sight and the entry for his teammates to make their way onto the point.
Now Adienepa just waiting and watching. He's gonna very wisely drop down to the first floor before sending out his Twitch drone on that balcony. There's a very good chance that Desolate would jump out on him. Let's talk a little bit about Desolate lineup right now. You know, I like the Goyo pick, I like the Smoke and Wamai, and the Jaeger combination as well. And of course, it's become a staple from the very start, Aruni here on Chalet. So no surprises there, but I just am not able to see anyone from Desolate really playing off of it. You can see it's 1 minute 52 left in this. The Twitch drone's made its way and it's just tearing through the utility. No control fought by the defenders, and RTS are very happily taking down every bit of utility as well as map control. So what
Laser
is
Wall still
Desolate's
keeping
plan?
Lonely out though. Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
you
so
say
far
that.
they're just being. Yeah, as we say that, they start getting taken out here. Lonely has a lot of smoke and toxic gas in between him and the enemy. We'll be tanking it as he pushes right through. So aggressive. Literally
doesn't
nothing
care.
stopping this man. He doesn't. He's gonna take point. Rix gets a double kill, and now they have control over the stairs as well. Ruby finds a kill onto Yana, and then Rix cleans that one up for RTS, and Renatus take another round so confidently as they all push on site, and they don't care about the obstacles placed in front of them, clearly. The laser wall, they don't care. Toxic gas, nope. If they put barbed wire down, they'll probably just sprint through the barbed wire, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the confidence RTS is showing is scary. It's very,
I
very
think
scary.
Desolate needs to dumb down their defense, because right now they're going for a lot of denial, they're going for a lot of utility focused picks, right? But they're not focusing on the one thing that's gonna actually win them the rounds, and that's gunfights. They need to just pick defending operators with superior weaponry. They need to get the Maestro out.
Attackers
They need to
need to
get
locate
every
and
single thing with an
defuse
ACOG on it, you know? Like, I'm not sure if ACOG guns are around anymore. They're not, right? On defense, they're not.
Yeah.
MP5s. You know, bring out all the MP5s. Where are all the defending operators with that much firepower? I only see,
by attackers.
like, what? The Alibi here. Alibi has the most
Yeah.
firepower on this entire roster for that defense.
Yeah, and you know, SMG-11 shotgun combo is pretty solid too if you use it in the specific scenarios they are suited to. Ryu's
10
with the
seconds
416C, not the best weapon anymore, solid one. There's enough for Desolate to work with. I don't think we can argue that, you know, they are
Attacker's objective is
outgunned
to
because
defuse
of
the
the
bomb.
operator selection. That's just how defense is. You have a lot of benefits as defenders in general, you know. You have the time on your side, you have the luxury of setting up before the attackers get spawned in. 45 seconds of that luxury, and you can continue your setup. You can force some attackers to take different routings, fall into your traps that you have set up. But so far, Desolate's utility use, it's like they're placing it, and after that they're doing nothing with it. It's just like it's just there, and it's there for show that we're doing something, and that is
Oh my
one and almost
gosh!
2 kills.
Hi guy?
Yeah.
How did he
Very lucky.
survive that?
Doesn't anyway.
Yeah, so yeah, we're seeing a lot of members just getting.
What is
picked
going
off
on?
there. He
It's
finally gets taken down.
3v3.
Yeah, they finally pick him up, and now
Oh
that
my
they
goodness.
have, RTS are getting picked off as they enter site. On the third round, Desolate are finding a second win, coming in for a very aggressive position, and also, you know, taking the fight to them. Finally, actually showing that aggression. Rails has a pretty decent position here, and now that RTS actually make their way onto site, they might get that plant down. But you know what? They're
Attackers
contesting
located a
members
bomb.
over in kitchen and above. They don't have any options left available to them, but the site they have is safe for now.
How?
They let that
Oh.
happen, and now that it's down to 3 members on that defense, surely they can get back on that site. They have the time available to them. 30 seconds left in the clock, and it's ticking. They don't have all the options available, but they finally pick up 1 member. They find 2, and they are leaving the 1 thermite all alone. Try to defend it. A double kill going to the Rix. A triple kill, and attackers win. How do they give that one up? Rix comes in, cleans up the competition. They don't even allow him any moment to
He
breathe.
didn't wait. He didn't wait to kind of collect himself. Rix didn't really have an idea of where that Jaeger was. He was aiming downstream, and he just unfortunately Jaeger once again. What's with these players dropping right in front of Rix, huh? Just free kill for Rix, and RTS, they definitely pushed too far in that round. They pushed in very brazenly. They were just going for frags. They were playing it exactly like ranked, jumping in, taking the gunfights, repelling upside down, and just, you know, throwing caution to the wind. They went down 2 versus 3, but then they kind of wisened up. They're like, okay, fine, you know, let's not lose around. They kept their discipline. They realized site was empty, smashed their way into site. The vertical holes that Desolate had set up. Once again, as I was saying earlier on in that round, the utilization of all the setup that Desolate is doing, all the utility that Desolate is putting down, it is not enough. It is not effective enough. They need to rethink everything that they're doing so far. Figure out why exactly are we setting up verticals, yet RTS are simply walking in. That should never be happening.
Attackers have
Even when we have the
what I was
man
trying to
count
get at.
advantage.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, absolutely. They didn't have anyone on site. They didn't even use those line. They didn't even use the line of sight available to them, and the points in which Renatus actually planted was open, and they just didn't check those line of sight. There were soft breaches above in the flooring, but they didn't use it. And there were angles posterior to that. They were just funneling in one angle, one lemming at a time. In saying that, what I was trying to get at before was that, you know, Desolate. Yep, this angle is just too good. Rix and Desolate members falling right in front of them. Name a better combo. Name a more iconic duo. A double kill going down to Hovenhurst here as Rix also picks one up onto Cleverly. And now it's all down to 2 members of Desolate as they push on through. I'll get to my point afterwards. But now that they've got only 2 members trying to defend this site right now, they're yet again 1 floor above and unable to connect too much. Misses the shot on the late reaction, and now he's caught in between rock and a hard place. Heaven and hell itself are converging on this man as they get the plant down, and they might just succeed here as he pushes through pretty much every single member. Saharai doesn't have many options available to him.
They know!
Yep, they know exactly where he is, but he doesn't. Unfortunately, a triple kill goes down, and it's not going to be his kill to collect. Ruby Rose misses the Toxic Babe and gasses himself. Unfortunately, won't do damage. Fortunately, won't do damage to himself, but will waste the Toxic Babe nonetheless, and a lot of utility wasted in addition to giving his position away as he throws the last one out. I just want to make a note that what I was trying to get back at before was that I think Desolate are trying to play too util heavy, and they need to just focus on winning gunfights first. The base core of this game is not just that it is a first-person shooter MOBA. It is that it is a first-person shooter. The first term in this genre for Rainbow Six is that there are guns and you need to play like it's a gun game. I mean, if you look at it, most other titles or, you know, a lot of other games, we do see Brazilian teams, we do see a lot of foreign teams focus first on winning the gunfights, making sure that they stay alive and controlling angles. The basics of in FPS.
Attackers
Yet
need to
Desolate
locate
here,
and
like you said, they're putting their
defend
utility
the
down. They're making all these, they're doing all the setups because they saw it somewhere.
Yeah.
They strategized it, but they're not utilizing it because they're forgetting that they have a weapon in hand and that needs to use angles in order to win. They're forgetting their angles exist. They're forgetting the utility they have does stuff, and a lot of the utility they have is an active utility. It's set utility that they can forget, but they're not forgetting. They're relying too heavily on it at this point, I think.
10
Yeah,
seconds
I
before
mean,
insertion.
look, Desolate when they came through the Philippine qualifiers, they played Chalet once. It was against Creators in the final, and they won it 7-3. It was a 4-2 half to their advantage on the defense, and then they won it out with a 3-1 attacking set of rounds. So they aren't bad at it, but I think maybe, okay, I'm trying to be a little bit charitable to them here, but maybe they're just not ready for this level. After all, they've been put in the toughest group, unquestionably the toughest group. You have Invictus, you have Renatus together in the same group. That's not going to be an easy fight. And Bano as well, we saw them give Renatus a pretty good fight earlier on. So Bano is going to be a tough challenge for them as well. So it's tough for Desolate, for sure.
It is
So maybe-
definitely the group of death, and they are the lamb of the crew. You know, the lamb of the flock. And
Yeah.
it's if anything, is going to make them stronger, right? If we're going to talk about giving them the benefit of the doubt, I will say that by the end of the season, Desolate should be a different team. They should be so much smarter. They should be so much more skilled. But kills like this and trades like this will only lead to that goal and lead to that end. Cleverly dropping down low, already quite unhealthy. Only with 1 kill and 4 deaths in his pocket here. Not exactly healthy, but all members of RTS holding external angles as they just peer on in. A little bit of information jammed, a couple of flashbangs getting used as well. Grenades getting tossed out there. Not exactly proving to be a safe zone for any team as the magnets pull them side by side. But here we go, angle on angle, cleverly holding a position. 3v1 essentially.
Well, let's see what Cleverly can do over in this position. Ryu taking a little bit of damage. Cleverly peeks a little bit too far, flies too close to the sun, but Ryu's important kill for him. Oh, important 2 kills for him. And it's all up to Hovenhurst. Look, he's at sight, but he doesn't have the diffuser. And no one else from the enemy team is on site quite yet. They are near it. And Hovenhurst is going to try and make something happen. He has 40 seconds to play with. He can definitely make this 1v3 clutch happen, but there are good positions that are being held by Destiny.
Yep, Hovenhurst definitely knows how to manage this, and he understands where those angles coming from for Sahara, but
There
he will
we
be
go.
double peaked, and that's exactly what Desolate need to do. That's exactly what they need to do. They need to play with the angles, they need to play with the numbers, and they need to play with bait on where the enemy might be. So far, they did that well. You did see that I believe Cleverly got outnumbered and outpeaked because they took time and they took turns peeking that same angle, confusing him on where the enemy is because they could have been rotating through any one of those positions. And that's what they just did there on Hovenhurst. That's exactly what they need to replicate in the next few rounds if they can still stay in there. They only have 3 chances to make mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, okay, this is exactly how it played out previously, right? Like on Villa, except it was a tactical timeout that gave Desolate their first round. 4-0, then to 4-1, and then to 7-1. Desolate are going to be hoping they can at least get a second round here on the defense. If they do, it won't be the end of the world. We do expect Chalet in a lot of cases to be attacker-sided. So a 4-2 half that's clearly favoring the attackers, up from a 3-3 of course, is not the end of the world for Desolate, and they're going to try and make that deficit come down later on when they go on the attack themselves. Let's see whether that actually happens though. RTS, I believe, they have been pushing the envelope to see how far they can, how sloppily they can play, how far they can go without giving too much away. Because their focus, while of course they want to win, Let me make it clear, they absolutely want to win here in the Operation League because it's a healthy chunk of change. Oh, that's a nice little spawn peek. But yeah, RTS wants to win this, but at the same time, the primary focus is definitely going to be on the Apex South delegations. They know the two teams that are going to be in there from Oceanic Nationals, they know the two teams from Apex South. They're going to be studying those teams very, very closely, and they're just going to be waiting and watching.
Located by attackers.
And I think they're going to be looking to make something happen.
In saying that, this is the best opportunity for them to actually upskill for Apex South. So,
Oh yeah, exactly.
I mean, considering Invictus and Bano are here, they're gonna have the best scrim partners possible. And what better way than to put the stakes all the way up there in an official match with money on the line? Oh, Adinova takes down Sahara with a nice little clean headshot using the F2. Rios now rotates as well, and a double kill going down to
Attackers are
Adinova.
activating the diffuser.
Plant is successful. It's all the way down there. Yep. And all members are pushing on in, and RTS, they're not sparing any change at all, and dropping for the last kill is definitely not the play, my guy.
Oh, what is that's like?
Don't tell me that was
kill?
Rick's. Don't tell me that was Rick's, please.
No,
I
no.
see
That was on Twitch. That was on Twitch. That can't. Surely that is not Rick's. Yeah.
Might have been a Dinapa. Might have been a Dinapa.
Yeah, probably it was him. So, regardless, I mean, does it really matter at this point? Desolate, they're dropping to the death. They're 2 rounds away, and it's shaping up to be very much like a repeat of Villa.
It's not looking healthy for them so far. We are looking at a 5-1 scoreline here on Chalet, and they might leave day 1 of the group stages with 4 losses.
Attackers need to locate and defend
That is
as many
shattering.
bombs as they can.
I mean, all we can do really in Fien is sigh. All we can do is sigh and just
I
hope
it's
that
not fun
they
watching
find a
this.
couple more rounds. I mean,
it's really not fun watching this for me.
it is not. But what I can say is that this is just the state of the scene here in Southeast Asia. We have teams that are way too good for the scene, and then we have teams that are just
10 seconds left before insertion.
that are leading to that conclusion that
5 seconds.
these are the teams to do because they're not up to the standard. They're not near in competition. It's unlike most other regions where, like, the majority of the teams are at the same level and they're at a competitive level where they can pretty much take it to each other in any possible game. They're going to have really tight scorelines. Their entire leaderboard is going to be tight. But here, for Operation League, this is what this is for. This is what Operation League is meant to do. It's to stimulate the competitive levels and the competitive nature of teams in this region, and this is what we need to go through. This is a growing pain in Fien.
Yeah, it's definitely a
teething
growing
stage, if
pain.
anything.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Banno as well, right? Like, last season, they were better than Desolate are right now at that stage, but their improvements have been very much significant as well. So far, we saw them first today against Renatus, and they gave Renatus a really, really good fight, very impressive. So if we can see those same improvements come out from Desolate, it would be something that I'll be very happy to see. And we still have a couple of days of Group A action, I think. One more day of Group A action next week, so it's not all over.
Absolutely, and like I said, by the end of this, Desolate are going to be a different team. They're going to be so much better, and so will Bano, and so will everyone else. If anything, it is a growing experience for the entire region, every single player in it, and the scene as a whole. We can only get stronger together as a region, and if anything, I hope that players from Desolate find their strengths and find the best opportunities for them. Ryle is now pushing through Library Hallway as he rolls on through. Has a couple of members over in the library waiting for him, but he doesn't exactly know that just yet. Rick's over, waiting patiently, essentially in a corner, unfazed, not at all. But Riles hasn't let off any sort of signal on where he has been, but in saying that has also just not really done his homework with the rotations and the drone work. Oh, and RTS, kill after kill after kill. 3 kills back to back. Now leading to Adinapa's death, and now a double kill going down to Ruby Rose. Does mean that perhaps a triple kill will go down to Ruby Rose, the stunning actress herself, and the last kill going down to Rix. A double kill and the diffuser going down by the garage shutters, I should say.
Oh, he's on camera.
And a very confused Ruby Rose as he pushes through.
He's gonna smoke it out or flame it out. Yeah, he's gonna smoke it out. Very smartly done, but the smart play comes out from the defender as well. He's pushed through the smoke. Rix once again clutches it out in another 1v1. Ruby Rose tried his best. Maybe not the best idea in hindsight to smoke off the main stairs as he did. But regardless, it was a valiant attempt. He did everything right up until that point.
I think smoking off the stairs wasn't a bad choice, but pushing the smoke definitely was. What he wanted to do was smoke the stairs and then hold the long position. If anything, he still had fire arrows, you know, asphyxiating rounds still available to him. He could have used any one of those, but chose not to. That's perfectly fine, but it didn't deny area as much as it could have. And if you're gonna play smoke, you can't play in it, because the point of smoke is that you're blinding people within or behind it, and you're creating room for you to see their arms, their legs, their gun to poke through first, to give you the key indicator that that's where they are, because their vision comes way after that.
Yeah. 6-1, we are on match point, series point. Desolate's games haven't been close at all. 7-0, 7-0 against Invictus, 7-1, and now 6-1 so far against Renatus. This might well be 7-1 as well. So, you know, given the transitive property, this means that Renatus is only 2 rounds worse than Invictus. I rest my case.
5 seconds left.
Going to join this pod.
There's not a lot of points there, man. It really isn't many points there. In saying that, this might be the penultimate round. This might be the final nail in the coffin for Desolate, as they are facing some unfortunate results and unfortunate rounds here. Oh, peeks the corner, does see the Legion, and throw a couple of shots at him, and will not unfortunately pick up that kill, but will leave with his life at least. Ryo is still around to play the game. Will be able to open up a couple more sidelines for the rest of his team as he controls the balcony over there. Cleverly also being taken down there does mean that members from Desolate are trying to strategize on what they're going to do with this position that they've gained and they've made for themselves.
Good frag, but
Dinapa taking out one more member.
Ruby Rose, this is over. 5 versus 2. Lonely captain off with a pistol shot to the chest. Hi guy, all alone. Every single time we have looked at Desolate taking any gunfight, they have been taking it alone. RTS hasn't even needed to play that much better. Bano earlier on, you can see the reason they gave RTS such a good fight is because they stacked up members. These guys aren't doing that.
Yep. And there we go. Tolji winning out the round. Round 8 is a clear win for them. Oh, sorry, round 9. And no, it is round 8. Sorry. And you know they take that GG, well played, going down in the chat. At least they're keeping good spirits and they have that sportsmanship. But in saying that, like you said, they're always taking fights one by one. And whenever we do see them play together as a unit and they start double peeking in, going in for trades, we do see them leave with positive results, but we don't see that enough. Rix with 14 kills, and I mean, I think half of those were members of Desolate just jumping from the second floor right into his crosshairs.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh well, yeah. Big learning opportunity for Desolate in this group. I'm not sure what they could have learned from Invictus Gaming. It's just really at that point, you know, how badly Invictus Gaming played and still won 7-0, 7-0. I mean, for their standards, you know, and they'll agree with me, I'm sure. 7-0, 7-0 they played. It just goes to show that, look, your basics that you have set up they might work in the qualifiers, in the Philippines qualifier that got you here. But once you're at this point, you need to rethink everything: the way you approach gunfights, the way you section off the parts of the map, how you freeze those defenders out of position, etc., etc. How you're going to play the trades. So they need to be having a good hard look tonight. I know it's not given them much time between the Invictus and this Renatus matchup, but hopefully tonight they have 6 more days to kind of sit down and just kind of go through everything with a fine-tooth comb. Hopefully we'll see them on the final Group A match next week with a lot better of a showing. But man, I'm licking my lips at Renatus versus IG. I can't wait for that one.
It is going to be probably the best match we're going to cast, because that is those are some of the most storied plays. And I know, I know Lonely as a player, and I also obviously we know the boys over on IG. I know Lonely he's been seeing them as rivals this entire time. I want to be able to see if he's actually going to take it to them this time. Now that he's on a different team, now that he's with Renatus, can he do it? Can he overcome them finally, or even give them a fair fight? It's always been, Invictus here, the rest of SEA over here. But you know what? I have a feeling that Renatus have it in them to at least take them to overtime once, maybe.
Yeah, we'll see. Anyways, we are going to log off for the night over here. I've been in Phil, New York. With me has been the one and only Lan, and before that was Cthulhu. Hopefully he's having a nice little nap. You guys can have your dinners and your naps right afterwards. We will catch you tomorrow with Group B action and leave you with the highlights of the second map between Renatus and Desolate.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, no. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know!
But I was thinking high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist? You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome!
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect.